Approve 2025 lease renewals for Cody Partners and Air Pro Fan and Blower. Approve and allow chair to sign historic preservation, lost the acronym there, annual report. Approve and sign letter of support, Beartooth segment 4. And there should be grab the wrong agenda. Approve and sign letter of support for Park County Library T-Mobile grant.
Move to approve, Madam Chair, as presented.
Motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just refresh the Beartooth segment 4.
That's the highway department. We
Okay, right.
received
Yep,
those
yep.
emails.
All
Okay.
right.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. The next thing on our agenda is an executive session. And Dustin should be here shortly.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded for executive session. Confidential by law. Any further? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
It's just, okay. So
Stage.
Hi, John. Good, you? I've seen you forever. Haven't seen you forever.
Yeah. Staying up on my corner.
Our next order of business is actually a public hearing at 9:35, so we'll have to wait a few minutes to get that started.
John, these guys were saying this morning when they come up from Billings that they're up around Belford, they're got tractors in the field plowing.
Yeah.
Plowing?
That doesn't surprise me, but that's highly unusual. Because it should be froze.
Yeah.
Plow when it's frozen. You find plow shoes. Every day, so it must not be frozen.
Right? Crazy.
Yeah.
December 17th.
Yeah.
Yeah. Climate change, man.
Sell them cow gas.
That's
Yeah.
right. Cows farting.
We need some snow.
Assuming planning and zoning is coming in. Kelly, do you want to check with Jenny? They're coming. Thank you.
How you doing, John?
Good.
Excellent.
Morning. Lloyd ran to get more coffee. We'll be ready. Already. Yes. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for the amended plat of Blue Sage minor subdivision number 54, lot 3. Staff, Jenny, Erica, if you'd like to present this, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John and Gail Carter submitted an amended plat application to request approval of the amended plat of Blue Sage MS 54 Lot 3 to vacate and reconfigure original Lot 3 which is 5.56 acres, and merge it with 12.59 acres of an adjoining unplatted parcel to the south. The resulting 18.15 acre amended lot will be designated as Lot 103. A family exemption parcel adjacent to original Lot 3, which is shown on the amended plat with part of the unplatted parcel, will have to be conveyed prior to recording of the proposed amended plat, because without the exempt conveyance happening first, the creation of reconfigured Lot 103 will create a non-exempt division. The plat of Blue Sage MS 54 was approved on October 5th, 2021. The final plat is recorded in Plat Book P, page 126, and it created a 3-lot minor subdivision. Lot 3, Blue Sage MS 54, is owned by Ada Duffy, and ownership of the unplatted parcel to be merged with Lot 3 is owned by John and Gail Carter. The property is located approximately 12 miles west of Powell, west of the intersection of Lane 9 and Road 22.5. This lot configuration change is a partial vacation, therefore an amended plat is required. Due to the complexity of easements associated with the affected properties, the planning director did determine a public hearing is necessary. The subdivision is located in GRP, and the proposed lot reconfiguration is consistent with the zoning district. Surrounding land uses are primarily residential and ag. Exempt state of Wyoming lands are adjacent to the west line of the unplatted parcel. Original Lot 3 and the unplatted lands to be merged are undeveloped irrigated ag lands. Public hearing notice requirements have been met and agency referral requirements have been met. Heart Mountain Irrigation District approved a water distribution plan for the amended plat at their November meeting. Park County Treasurer confirmed the property taxes for Lot 3 have been paid, and the unplatted parcel is a new parcel for the 2025 tax year. Park County Public Works have no concern or comment regarding the plat. The property is covered by an existing long-term noxious weed management plan, therefore no further action is required for this amended plat by Park County Weed and Pest. No public comments have been received. The subdivision is in an ag overlay district and ag impacts have been addressed. The plat review committee reviewed the amended plat on December 5th and a revised plat was received on December 9th. Providing the family exemption parcel shown on the amended plat is conveyed prior to recording of this amended plat, then the proposed amendment will not create any additional lots or parcels. And since there is a separate ownership of the vacated portion of the lot, instruments shall be recorded conveying ownership of individual lots resulting from the amended plat. And the amended plat meets the requirements outlined in Chapter 3, Section 15C of the Park County Regulations. Staff recommends approval of the partial vacation and amended plat of Blue Sage MS 54 with the following conditions. Number 1, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide an approved water distribution plan to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department to be recorded with the amended plat. Number 2, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide a recorded conveyance of the family exemption parcel. Number 3, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide an ownership conveyance of Lot 103 resulting from the amended plat to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department for recording immediately after the amended plat, or if closing at a title company is required for the land transaction to be recorded upon closing. And number 4, the applicant shall comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I would ask if there's anyone that would like to speak to this request. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this request to amend the plat?
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the amended plat of Blue Sage minor subdivision number 54, Lot 3,
With conditions.
With condition.
with conditions.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the amended plat of Blue Sage minor sub 54 Lot 3 as presented with conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, resolution 2024-68.
Thank you.
If you want to stay.
Got a few minutes. We'll be waiting on the Park County engineer should be in here in a minute to open a few bids. Might slice them. That might speed him up a little bit. A lot more of them than we figured on.
Know something real?
Yeah. Maybe you get that one?
That's a dumb question.
Not a knife.
They all carry a knife.
Guaranteeing how sharp it is.
Well, we'll see if it doesn't cut on you.
You just cut a few kilometers, it's not a big deal.
Well, here's just a regular opener if you want it. Oh, that worked pretty good.
Let's see, we're out there. Oh, God.
Always make out there's Christmas time.
It was fun. They, for the first time, they combined it with staff and cabinet members. So
Oh,
there was
good.
quite a few people there. They had it at the Taiwanese house there at the Botanical Garden. So there was quite a few. They had the National Guard band comes and plays. It was fun.
Was it sponsored by some oil company? Then?
Yeah. He pays for it.
What did how'd that committee meeting go?
I wasn't able to stay because our illustrious Secretary of State was running long, but I had to go down to another meeting, but they approved, well, they're going to recommend another 3 million to 10 million, but it's still not, it's not across the finish line.
Decision as far as forwarding the recommendations.
Yeah, they're gonna move, I mean, it's gonna get, it's gonna be
Committee's gonna recommend what the
what the task force recommends.
task force recommends.
And, but it's still,
Right.
legislators still have to,
Not just the three, but
Let's see my text.
the
even
entire
though the
body.
money's allocated. Even though the original ten is allocated, it doesn't, they still have to. approve it.
They have to approve the recommendation of the task force that it be built here.
Which committee is that?
Well, it came out of a JAC because of the money, because they originally approved 10 million for it. And then they went back in front of them the other day and they approved that 10 million and added 3 to it. But like I said, I'm not gonna, it ain't over until they start, until you see the doors open.
Thank you. I don't know what it's.
Whatnot, just.
Got it. Shocking.
They're gonna be pushing. That recommendation from the task force is just that recommendation.
You think the tourism committee would have something to add to that? So, do we have anybody on that?
TRW,
Yeah.
Bill Landon and Andrew Byron, we don't have anyone locally on it.
I know Bill Landon.
Yeah. And Casper didn't, Casper really wasn't even hard in the running.
Yeah.
It came down to a Campbell County.
If he's out there somewhere, yeah.
Casper's too big. Where?
Well, Campbell County,
Oh,
was just throwing money at it.
Well, they already bought that land. That's what they're.
Yeah, they already have land. They were gonna guarantee X amount of money from Campbell County to it. Other than the location, as far as the tourism aspect of it, Campbell County has a really good plan.
Huh?
But
You said
it's
they
just-
didn't really have an operational plan yet.
yeah, because they weren't asked to do
Oh.
one. We did one.
Okay.
But the, no, I think it makes a lot of sense to bring it to Park County. And folks sitting up there testifying saying, I wouldn't bring my family to Gillette. You know, there's nothing else to do.
Well, they can combine it with stuff at the complex. I mean, that's one of the advantages to less. Plus they have probably as many hotel rooms, if not more, than Cody does. It's the only advantage I can see. Plus they got a lot more bathrooms.
Yeah.
And other clubs.
They got any other clubs?
Oh, stop. It'll be a long day.
Economic development.
Economic development.
Trying to think of the name for my new establishment. Trinity Villa.
Cowgirl Outfitters.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I give up.
Trinity pads, can't touch this.
Who's that? How are you?
Just for the record, just my idea.
Uh-huh. No,
Mm-hmm.
I give up.
Figure that's kind of what everybody's like. That's what everybody's like.
Oh, I know. I know. Yep, not the first time I've seen it. So.
Scott, I had to tell you. I like to so much.
You did it at the wrong time, that winter time.
The problem is like, I'm very.
It feels good in the summertime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine.
Yeah.
I realized that you.
Morning. Oh, okay.
Make sure you get a card.
Okay. Thank you.
The other gentleman is behind me there, Jay Leishner.
Okay.
He is our
Hi.
truck guy.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but he's one guy, one card short, so you don't get, I guess, one of his, but
Got
we'll
him.
get it to you.
No worries.
Here, you can
He's,
Yeah.
you can send that down to,
because Lee's leaving. It's his
Oh,
last
yeah.
I don't
meeting,
count.
so.
you can give them to the
Short.
commissioner to be behind you.
Okay.
Are they out there? You're up. It's
So we
time.
opened them all for you, just so you know.
I thought it was early.
And I went ahead and picked.
You picked them? Good.
We have them separated, you know, whatever categories they are.
The short stack out front here is buildings and grounds,
Yeah,
right?
so those aren't yours.
You ready to roll?
Yes. So the next thing on our agenda would be Brian Edwards and Ben from Public Works Department. We're opening seal bids for 4 motor graders, 1 wheel loader, and a belly dump trailer for Road and Bridge.
Figure all this out. Thanks, Madam Chair. Just get where you can hear me. Of course, we're opening up bids for 3 different things. We've got the a belly dump trailer that we're looking at purchasing for articulating, for a articulated loader, wheel loader for road and bridge, and then also 4 motor graders. So without further ado, I guess we'll do the trailer first.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we'll try to do the trailer first. Let me give you guys one of these.
Just pass it down.
Try to ask for the order.
Those are all trailers.
Yep. Try to open it up. You need one? More for everybody else to see.
Kelly might want a copy. So Kelly can keep track. Yeah, we don't,
We got them in order on the
we
sheet.
don't, voting on them today.
Yeah,
That's what it
in order on the sheet if that works.
The belly dumps first? Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do the belly dumps first.
Okay.
Did you do audio first? Oh, that's active. Let's try to do it in order.
This one.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
There's audio. Okay, thank you. Okay, first one's RDO equipment out of Mills. They do have belly dump trailers, I found out. And this is gonna be without trade, so a new price, $56,260.80. And this is for a cross-country, is the manufacturer model 400 BCL. And again, that bid price is $56,260.80. And a delivery date estimated of April 2025. I'll try to be quick here. Next one, Ben, we got.
Western companies, like.
See that one?
Jacks.
And I don't know that active. It may not be a Western. I thought there was. Okay, what's the next one?
Tri-state.
Tri-State, which we saw that. Those are Jack or Floyd's. Yes, Peterbilt. Oh, Tri-State, there we go. Okay, Tri-State. Out of Billings. For a manufacturer Ranco, RANCO, model LW21-40-2. Bid price $58,333.00. That's $58,333.00. Delivery date 12-16 ARO. So I'm thinking that's months. 12 after receipt of order. Thank you. 12 to 16 after receipt of order. Months, I'm assuming.
12 to 16 weeks.
Oh, weeks. Thank you. 12 to 16 weeks after receipt of order. Okay, next one, Ben. Lloyd's, and I believe they have two of them. First one. This is for manufacturer, Iowa Trailer Manufacturing.
It's from who?
Oh, it's from Floyd's truck, but
Okay.
the manufacturer is Iowa Trailer Manufacturing, so ITM. 2025 42-foot belly dump. The model number SS242BD. That's SS242BD. The bid price, $56,494.00. That's $56,494.00. Delivery date, April 1st, 2025. The other Floyd's. See what I need help. This is for, again, Floyd's truck. This is the CPS Manic, MANAC. Model number 4B240A200. Bid price $47,959.00. That's $47,959.00. Delivery date should be before June 30th, 2024.
Can't do it yet.
Oh, 25.
25.
Still doing that too, okay.
Other one we bought.
And who's next, Ben? Yeah, the Torgersons. Know what these are. Let's see, what's that one be doing?
Yeah, this one's Sendak.
Okay, let's see what this is. We'll just, oh, this may be out of order, but we're gonna go for it. Oh, this is Casper Peterbilt. I didn't have it on the list, so
not
you
on
can
your
use the
list.
price at the
Okay.
bottom. This is for, Casper Peterbilt, and it's the manufacturer's Travis Body and Trailer. And it's a model 39-foot Aerolite ALBD, 39-foot Aerolite AEROLITE, ALBD is the model. Ooh. And then the bid price, $81,973.00. $81,973.00. Delivery date 120 days from receipt of award. Two left then. We're a little bit out of order, but this is Crane Creek Fabrication out of Minnesota.
Have them.
We'll have them, we'll probably-
What's the one you have for Minnesota? It's probably it.
I think it's active trailer.
Yeah, I think that's the active trailer. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one.
So it's called what?
Yeah, it's called,
Okay.
yeah. Active Trailer is the company, the manufacturer is Crane Creek Fabrication, but that's spelled KRAIN, Creek Fabrication. This is a T4021 Tan Air. That's the model T4021 Tan Air. Bid price $47,510.00. $47,510.00. Delivery date February 26, 2025.
Madam Chair, where were they from?
They're out of Minnesota. It was,
Minnesota?
Jackson.
yeah. Yeah, this says on,
Jackson,
Missouri.
Mississippi on
It's got
here.
Mississippi on there, but,
Instead of MS.
right.
Copy.
oh, I have Mississippi.
Yeah. It's all right.
That's close.
Yeah.
I think we got
Basically the same
one more.
Sendak.
Yeah, this is Sindak.
That's billing.
They're out of Montana, I believe, Billings, right?
Yep.
Theirs is for a CPS dual axle bottom dump, model 4B240A200. That's a model AB240A200. Bid price $44,440.00. That's $44,440.00. Delivery date April 2025. Leave, listen, let me double check real quick, make sure that this one here. Two Floyds.
7 of them.
That's the active trailer. That's why we double check. Here's Torgerson's equipment. out of Powell. Billings. Their address was Powell though. Their address on the bid. This is for a Trail King model TKBD 22-40. TKBD 22-40. Bid price for that trailer is $53,044.00. That's $53,044.00. Estimated delivery date, April 15th, 2025. And they will, like they included their certificate of residency. We'll have to look at all that as far as preference.
Madam Chair, are some of these different sizes?
Well, that's what we're gonna have to look at. We had a kind of a minimum size with specification for that. We're gonna have to look at that. I know one of them told me they were gonna bid something a little bigger. So we're just gonna have to look at that when. I'm gonna do the loaders or
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So Brian, I mean, trailers aren't, it's apple, it can be apples and oranges. Do you have some criteria you can go back and look at as far as the reliability and the dependability of these different manufacturers?
we do, yeah, we do. And we'll have our mechanic and then our road and bridge foreman too. And we could call some people too.
Because I mean, I buy a Titan trailer and there's a Titan Bull package or a Titan Challenger, and a Challenger is going to fall apart on me in 2 years.
Yep,
So,
understood.
Just wondering if there's a way to
Understood.
verify the quality of what we're getting.
Yep, understood. And when we come back this afternoon, if we're not able, say we need more time, we'll make sure we understand. Because there's a couple of these I hadn't heard
Yeah.
of, so we'll.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna do the loaders next. Did we just do all the loaders? Oh. RDO. Where's the? It should be a cat too. TV. Oh. We'll do a little look in here. I think there probably should be a T&E loader, I believe.
Okay. That's the trailer, yeah. I think I read that one. RDO, CrossFit. Yeah, if they were sitting up here, you stacked them up there to start with.
Okay, gotcha. Maybe this would be best. Okay, these are the ones we need.
All right. Let's go with,
RDO. Probably should allow more time for this. I apologize.
You've got time.
Okay, this is for the wheel loader for road and bridge. This first one's from RDO Equipment out of Billings. Manufacturer John Deere, and this is for a model 644P. Bid price for a new loader, $306,424.19. That's $306,424.19. Estimated delivery date, April 2025. And that's probably all we'll look at right now. And we're not offering, we were moving a piece of equipment to Matisse, so there's no trade for this one. Next one is, what you got?
T&E.
T&E. They were almost a no bid because we couldn't find them. All right, T&E, this for a Caterpillar 950. Bid price for one new unit, $313,995.00. That's $313,995.00. Estimated delivery date, March 20th, 2025. Tri-State. State equipment out of Billings. This is for a Volvo 2025 model L110H. Again, it's a Volvo L110H. Bid price $333,653. Again, that's $333,657.
$57.
Oh, 57, 333,657. Sorry about that. And this is estimated delivery date. None is. Say again. 4 of 25.
April 25.
There is an alternate one also.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, he's got in here an alternate bid, which is for a 24, a Volvo 2024 model L110H. $317,029.00. That's 317,029.
Delivery on that, the ASAP.
ASAP. Okay. Thank you. That's a new machine, but it's a 2024. Last one is Torgerson's, Powell and Billings. Theirs is for a case model 821 G2. That's a model 821 G2 XR wheel loader, it's called. Bid price $284,309.00. $284,309. Estimated delivery date, June 30th, 2025. Go from there on there. So that's it on the loaders, unless I missed one. Yeah, I don't think I probably. So now we've got just the motor graders. We just received 2. Doesn't matter. RDO. First one's RDO equipment out of Mills. Yeah,
RDO.
RDO.
Okay.
Formerly Haunted. Now RDO.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I probably put Haunted on there. I keep
You
doing
did.
that.
Okay.
This is for a John Deere model 772 GP. Bid price each is $374,119.37. Times 4, that's $1,496,477.48. Those two numbers again are for a single unit, 374,119.37. Times 4 is $1,496,477.48. And then the guaranteed buyback, which they, exercise, that is 328,000. That's for our 2023 model John Deere's that we've got 4, and that ends up being 1,312,000. So 328,000 times 4 is 1,312,000, and that's I'd say a locked in from our guaranteed buyback from before. So the net after trade there, after that buyback, is per machine is $46,119.37, and times 4 is $184,477.48. Again, 46,119.37 per machine times 4, 184,477.48. Delivery date April 2025. Kind of a reminder, we've got 4 of each of these right now, so 4 John Deere's and 4 Cats. The other bid is from T&E Equipment out of Billings. Bid price per machine, $399,475.0. That's $399,475.0. Times 4 is $1,597,900.0. $1,597,900. That was the new price for the 4 graders. They would be exercising the buyback through RDO at 328,000. So their net after trade per machine is 71,475.0. And times 4 is 285,900. So that's 71,475 per machine net times 4, 285,900. Delivery date June 30th, 2025. And there'll be some buyback numbers also on this. Just in the interest of time, we'll summarize all that when we come back for these new machines. But we had them put 2, 3, 4, and 5-year buyback. And whether or not we're still in the buyback program, we'll just have to let you know a little later.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
You'll be back in a half an hour with the recommendation.
Yep, half an hour recommendation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I know. They said first meeting and last meeting. Thank you. You bet.
Yep.
A little bit of paperwork there, Ben.
Get your glasses.
Easy.
Stack.
We're good. Not yet. Okay. Next thing on our agenda is at 10:20. Hopefully Trevor will be up here in just a minute.
Let's see. I'm figuring out what I can do now that I'm done.
Oh, I'm sure the list will grow. Yeah.
Bert, was that you I saw doing the vandalism up on the safety shelter? Was that you I saw vandalizing the safety shelter? Putting graffiti on it?
Oh, yeah, saw that. New finisher for me.
Try to do it in the winter?
Should
Yeah.
be signing.
They get a camera on
They
it.
were adding a new sponsor to it. Trying to do it with the vinyl material during the winter with heat gun.
That talent you saw?
What's that?
You like that talent?
Yeah.
Only have one shot, to get it on there.
Yeah. How's this go?
So
Stuck to that other.
TC's hurting like up Wood River. We hope, as long as we have is what was there from a month ago.
They make wheel kits for your snow machines?
What's that?
I said, they make wheel kits for your snow machines?
Actually, just about 100 yards into the trees, it wasn't too bad on the road. It was nice. But wouldn't recommend getting off like that.
You guys could have to have Tony going back to sponsoring grass drags.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get a piece of that.
When's that?
That's all.
January.
Sure.
Well, those, these are.
I've been taking advantage of the T-Mobile.
Yeah.
That money's been out there for quite a while.
Guys don't need-
So it matters or not. No, just whether it stays in chairman only.
Yeah, I don't. Here's some of the paperwork that's just mine and the rest of it's headed that way. I have to rearrange it a little
Yeah.
bit.
Not sure what all went where, but
Oh, we'll figure it out.
Elaine, you said you did send him a note.
I sent him a-
In a few minutes, I'll open the damn thing.
Colleen can open them.
So if he's not here in a few minutes, I'll open them.
probably stuck in the elevator.
No.
Yeah. He's still got 3 minutes.
Well, yeah, according to that. Gotta fix that. don't know.
You were handing that to me.
What's that?
I thought you were handing.
No,
that to
I
me.
was just looking at this.
Not answering.
He doesn't either. He doesn't. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, are you on your way? Okay, all right, thanks. All right, bye. Gonna blow up at the complex. He's on his way. Sure what that means. He said he was headed this way. Give him a minute or two. The one thing we could do is if you would look through your list, Park County weed and pest. There's incumbents. We didn't put whether they've reapplied, but anything. So the decision we need to make is to re-advertise. So is everybody on board with re-advertising for that board?
Because the incumbents all chose not to.
We received nothing from anybody. Park County Weed and Pest.
No incumbent reapplied.
They contacted. Yeah, we might want to. Yeah, and find out if they just dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Somebody might have dropped the ball because
Why don't we do that before, if they choose not to, or if we have an opening slot, are you okay with
yeah,
re-advertising?
I'd say we have to.
Okay,
Let me make a phone call quick.
Yeah,
I call all two. Who are you calling?
Josh Short.
yeah. Let's do that.
Josh, hey, Lloyd Keel, if you get a chance, give me a call back, please. Thanks. Jacob, question for you. We're in a commissioner meeting right now. We have Park County Weed and Pest incumbents. We have none of them reapplied.
The area, who's in charge of the data? You're right.
All right, they are supposed to have been brought to the commissioners.
Yeah,
We're supposed to
approval.
reapply. Yeah.
Yes.
they have,
Now,
No.
was there any additional applicants? Did you advertise and was there any? Okay, okay. You didn't receive any? Okay.
it's not official till we say yes.
Molly said she contacted them and never
And
heard
Walt.
anything back.
Okay, all right, okay. As soon
ASAP.
as you can would be really good. We can actually approve it yet today if we got them.
If they're all incumbents.
You want to send it electronic to me, to my email?
We
If you
just need the
can, that'd be
county
great.
seats.
Then we'll visit more later on, further board stuff. I got some questions for you. I need a copy of the contract with Wildlife Services. Okay. All right, thanks, Jacob.
And Molly said she talked to Jake and that
You probably heard all that, right?
never, yeah.
And that wasn't even on speaker.
And no.
It's just on low volume for me.
No, no. Well, Molly said she didn't hear anything back, so and you said you didn't hear anything. Okay. Next thing on our agenda, Trevor Cattenhorn, Buildings and Grounds Superintendent, opening sealed bids for service truck for buildings and grounds.
Yeah, sure.
And you have how many bids there?
Three.
Okay.
This is the first one is from Yellowstone Motors in Powell. 2025 Chevrolet 1500. Price on this. 51,495.
And there is no trade-in, correct?
No, there will.
Could you
not be a
repeat
trade.
part?
51,495.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Next one is with Denny Menhold here in Cody. 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab. 44,865. Last one is Fremont Motors. Powell. 1500 F-150 4x4 for 47,900.
Okay, if you want to review those, I think we have you at 2 something,
Yes,
225
yes,
or
Madam
something
Chair.
to come
I'll
back,
be back.
meet
Yes,
the specs.
thank you.
Any other
Won't be
questions? Any other questions? It
We were
depends on what.
smelling smoke up there, so I
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Did you
found
find
some- found
anything?
a loose connection, yeah. So
Okay.
just couldn't have timed it any better than that. so.
Okay.
Yeah, like hot wires, smoke, bad connection.
That's not good.
And I was up in the ceiling, so I didn't have my phone, so when anyway, I made it 4 minutes.
You did,
late,
close.
So sorry about that.
Close.
All
Nope.
good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Bert.
Yeah, thanks, Bert.
Thanks, Bert.
No, thank you, Bert. You bet.
We have a break on our agenda right now for a little bit, so we'll be back at
Smoke them if you got them.
10:50. You had to say that one.
I thought about wearing Hawaiian shirt today.
Oh, God.
We didn't have this tested though, did we?
In the city, it's always tested. Yeah, yeah, it's tested.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's tested.
I think we can afford a new folder.
Is it ripping?
Just tape it.
Bring it in front of the board. Sealed bids. We need sealed bids for some folders.
Now, just so you know, I have hundreds of these because your clerk is cheap, so she doesn't throw them away unless they're really ragged looking. Or in this case.
Torn.
Economically efficient is what I call it.
Oh, yeah, that's me. There we go.
Not worry about COVID anymore.
Are we up? Oh, I'm not gonna be good at this.
You're so happy you're crying?
What up, guys? Like for college service. Okay. 12 years.
Thank you. Been great. Commissioner Tilden encouraged me to run, said I'd have lots of fun, and I'm having lots of fun today. No, I'm really proud to be part of this team. We've had some really good members. I've been lucky to have a lot of good board members to serve with and a lot of good folks working for us. And it's been a good time, and I'm looking forward to moving on.
Madam Chair, I'd like to point out, it was Mr. Livingston was the chair of my first year, I remember, because we all had to wear masks, so I didn't recognize him right away after that. But I do appreciate the brevity of his meeting before Rossi came on board, but it was a learning experience that we all have to learn, our first year and such. And it was so easy learning from Commissioner Livingston during that time. So appreciate what he has done, and people of Park County really owe him quite a bit for what he's done for us here at CAT. So.
I just want to say, we never stop learning, and even after 6 years, we learn something, but it's been very much easier with commissioners like Commissioner Livingston to follow in footsteps and his examples of being basically open-minded no matter what we do. And one of the best advice early on was Commissioner Livingston said, we may not always agree, but we move on and to the next subject. And that's what I tried to do under his example, and I think he's been one of the better commissioners that I don't know a whole lot.
Well, I just want to say, I remember when Lee was talking about running, I had stopped by the house, had a few beers, so I was going to tell him how this whole gig works, you see. I was going to tell him how they're going to stash this money and how the commissioners are going to do all these evil things, and then it became one. I had to go to Lee and ask how it really worked. It's been a pleasure, Lee, as always, in the mission.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to add that we'll be losing our Sergeant of Arms who makes controls, so I think that Commissioner Stewart, in his background, would be our
I can't control farm.
Yeah.
Other than my mouth.
Thank you for the historical perspective.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And all I do is a plaque.
All I did was try.
Skip out.
Yeah, see you guys.
Oh, yeah, it's ordered. All of us. Yeah.
What's that?
We're not allowing him to change his number.
Yeah. No,
Alex, you're in charge of that.
that's the business. That's the business number. I'm gonna pass it on to my daughter.
Okay, expect a lot of phone calls.
Great, love it.
I think we can move on up. Lisa, you want to come forward? The next thing on our agenda, Lisa Watson, Northwest College President. Updates on the new student center. Exciting.
Yes, so thank you for allowing me to speak today. It's a pleasure to be in front of all of the commissioners, and I do see many of you from time to time in various venues, some more than others, but it's always a pleasure when I have an opportunity to come here. And really, I come with good tidings because our student center is complete, and we have had a student center soft opening for our students. We let them cut the ribbon and come in one day, and as luck would have it, it was blue sky and clear in the morning, and when we cut the ribbon, it was a whiteout, and we all went inside and acted like we were in a snow globe for a little while. But we will be having an open house the end of January. We're tentatively looking for January 30th for right now. So if you want to kind of throw that in your mind's eye, we'll do, snacks and a formal ribbon cutting at that time. But it's really hard to have a building that's pretty much ready to go and not open it up for the students when we can. So right now we're in the process of, on Friday, we served our last meal in the gymnasium and at the fairgrounds. And this week we are currently moving out of the fairgrounds. And if nobody takes anything else away from this project, I have said over and over and over again to anyone and everywhere I've been that this project would not have been possible without your support. And I mean that truly from the bottom of my heart, because being able to serve our students food is a humongous monumental task. And being able to build that building within the perfect space that it needed to be, which is right where the old building was, meant that we had to figure out a different way to feed everybody, and not only where to feed them, but how to feed them. And the how was made possible by the commissioners and their future sight that this is really a once in a lifetime thing for at least all of us, right? And so with good planning, hopefully that building will serve us for another 100 years, longer than the last one did, because many people say to me, wow, that building is big. And I say, well, interestingly enough, if you take just the academic space in the back out and you look at the rest of the building, it's basically the same size as the old building. And that's what happens when you pull a building out of the ground, and repurpose it and design it so that it's way more useful. I can tell you from personal experience, it's short-lived right now. Our students are already in the building. They love the building. They're using the building. If there's anything we've learned about the building right now is air hockey and glass don't work. So we will be modifying one of the games, but otherwise every space itself has really been well used. And I think the whole community and the county is going to enjoy that space for years to come, as well as the Bighorn Basin, because really it can serve not only Park County, but it can serve the whole Bighorn Basin with events and different things like that. So I really come, with good news and also with sincere thank you for all of your support. I know that Dennis will be meeting with Trevor tomorrow. We do have a number of pieces of kitchen equipment. For some of you who may not remember, and depending on the timing, it feels like this has been going on for several years, because it has. We moved all of the county's kitchen equipment out, with the exception of the dishwasher. And then Dossie and I would remember this. And then we promptly replaced the interior of the dishwasher because a few mice had eaten it. But that was no big deal. So we will be moving our stuff out and your stuff in. And then Trevor will be looking at any of our kitchen equipment. So if there's anything that we have that you want that we won't be using, you're welcome to it. We don't want to inundate you with anything you don't want, but I do know that in the last 2 years with having our kitchen out there, some of the groups that have been able to have services now out there have appreciated having extra equipment. So if that could work for the county, then we would be more than honored to be able to just give that to you. So
Thank you.
is there any questions I could answer anything?
Madam Chair, what's the next project? New dorms?
Well, thank you. So there's kind of a couple different projects. So our next, what you'd consider a state project, is the Orendorf building, and that will be a capital renewal project, which is few and far between in the state. And so that is actually a mechanical project. So much like the courthouse, we will be emptying out the Orendorff building. It was built in the early 50s. It has stood the test of time. It's sitting on a bit of water right now because it's one of the original steam plants in operating at the campus and has a tendency to spring a lot of leaks. So we will be converting off of steam and we'll be doing full plumbing and electrical, basically complete mechanical renovation in there. We will, as long as we get the bids out and everything comes in as planned, we will be emptying out of that building right after graduation, I think like May 15th. And then that's about a 15-month project, depending on how it goes. We will not be looking any different in that building, but everything, you might understand that. But it will mean we'll have to pull down the ceilings. We'll have to do everything in order to rework all of the mechanical. We'll have to work on roof drains and some different things like that. And that will be that project. And then we're in a phased project on our residence halls. We just finished a phase 2 project in Ashley where we renovated the lobbies and the lounges, and that has been very well received by our students, as you can imagine. And we'll be looking at that. We have great consternation about what the next legislative session will bring us, as well as many of our agencies, counties, cities. So we are looking at that with a very conservative view for any future projects we have. The project for the Orendorff is fully funded at basically $4 million from the state. It was appropriated several years ago, so that project would be a go. We'll get $4 million worth of improvements out of it, and then we'll go from there. Any other questions?
Anybody else?
Madam Chair, I just want to thank Lisa for coming in and communicating and opening up. And I was mentioning to her earlier that we were in Buffalo and we had a congressional committee meeting, and they're still talking about how well the tour went up here in the Big Horn Basin, and it was great. A lot of it was because of Northwest College and our relationship working with them. So I want to thank her. Yeah.
It was a pleasure, as always, and it's always a pleasure to do anything we can do to move the community forward in the county, of course. So
Thank you.
thank
Thanks,
you.
Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas to you all.
Oh, we have a few minutes. Next thing will be Mendoza subdivision final plat. So when we see Jenny.
That's what I meant about Commissioner Livingston's brevity on the agenda.
Okay, Scott.
It's like in the very bottom. Okay.
Mendoza, yeah.
Times change if the people are here that are gonna do it.
So all those weed and pest guys that we applied.
I'm sure if you'd like that.
They did.
No, thank you. On your interview list, we have one that's canceled today. She got called into work, so we won't be able to interview Joni Bennett.
Okay.
She's listed under the Fair Advisory Board applications. We can't really reschedule because they have to be appointed before January so they can take their seats. So she won't be interviewing. Joni Bennett is on your Fair Advisory Board list for interviews today. She got called into work and will not make it. We did tell the others to come a little bit early just in case we kept moving through these. So we'll see.
Highlighted applicants, oh, the ones that are multiple.
Yeah.
Multiples, gotcha, yep.
So we know to ask them on several occasions, on several things.
Mhm.
He offered to run the meeting. I said no.
Can I just give this to you?
It's not a public hearing, so I guess we can get going.
Rock on.
Okay, so super.
So the next,
If Colleen's ready.
the next thing on the agenda, I'm Jenny Kramer, Park County Planning and Zoning, Mendoza subdivision final plat with a subdivision improvements agreement.
Super. Thank you, Madam Chair. Lorenzo Mendoza submitted a final plat application, including a subdivision improvements agreement addressing the required perimeter fence on September 25th. A revised final plat was received and a revised SIA was received on December 3rd. The county attorney approved the SIA as to form on December 10th, and the applicant requests approval of a 2-lot subdivision consisting of one 2.55 acre lot and one 1.5 acre lot, each for residential use. This parcel was part of a larger tract of record that was subdivided into a 5-lot minor subdivision. As a result, this is classified as a major subdivision. It is located approximately 1.5 miles northwest of Powell, north of Barrows Road, west of Road 11. It is currently unaddressed. The Sullivan MS 14 is on the east boundary, and Western Hill subdivision second filing is south of the property. It is currently residential, vacant, unirrigated land with the Franny Canal bounding the west side of the property. Municipal review is not required. A public hearing is not required for final plat review. Shoshone Irrigation District stated they require 100 foot from center of canal easement or as much as needed. No water rights are within the subdivision. Park County Public Works confirmed there are no road construction requirements for the subdivision. No public comments have been received since preliminary plat review. The Board of County Commissioners approved the preliminary plat on September 3rd. The applicant has placed the required notes on the final plat. They've provided a draft road maintenance agreement to address maintenance responsibility between Lot 1 and Lot 2 to be recorded with final plat. The plat review committee reviewed the initial submission on October 3rd. Corrections and changes were identified, and a final revised version was submitted on November 20th. Applicable final plat specifications have been met. The applicant submitted supporting documents as specified in Appendix 4, and all application, final plat specifications, and final plat submission requirements have been met. Staff recommends approval of the subdivision improvements agreement for Mendoza Major Subdivision, as well as the final plat of Mendoza Major Subdivision with the following conditions. Number 1, the applicant shall record the approved subdivision improvements agreement in the office of the clerk and recorder prior to initiating the required improvements. Number 2, the applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 3, after the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met and the applicant has been notified of such by the Planning and Zoning Director, the applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be reviewed and signed by the Chairman of the Board of the County Commissioners. And number 4 requires a little bit of a change. Once conditions 2 and 3 have been met, the applicant in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff shall record all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number 5, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, just a question on the fencing issue. And when they have to have the fence up before the Mylar is presented, and do you go out and inspect the fencing then?
We have not been inspecting fencing. The applicant will, or the developer will, the landowner will have to sign an affidavit of fencing at the end that states that they have installed it and that it meets the statute. And as part of the SIA, they submitted plans for the fencing, but we have not been inspecting.
Any other questions or pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Mendoza subdivision final plat with the staff recommendations as corrected by staff.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the Mendoza subdivision final plat special subdivision improvements agreement with conditions as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank Cody.
Take care.
Madam Chair, resolution 2024-69.
Thanks, Cody. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. You never know. Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, I guess the question I'd ask, since we got a bunch of time sitting here, is we know that the 4 incumbents from Weed and Pest have applied, and
Madam Chair, Jacob Jarrett, I think you know him, he's like second in command, I guess, with the little Josh. I couldn't get a hold of Josh, but yeah, he confirmed. Now whether you need something more in writing, I don't know what the discrepancy was between getting the applicants here. I mean, they are kind of a special district, but I don't know that that changes. I mean,
It doesn't change anything because we're responsible for the appointments to the board.
right.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna take a stab at this, and I'm gonna move that we approve the Park County Weed and Pest Control District incumbents, Neil Earhart, Jim Cox, Mike Foreman, Walt Hartung, contingent upon receiving signed applications from all.
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second that we approve Neil Earhart, Jim Cox, Mike Foreman, and Walt Hartung for the Park County Weed and Pest Control District Board, contingent upon receiving their signed applications. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, and there were none of them, of course, on our interview list today, so. Others that were just incumbents.
And I tell you, they screwed up the slideshow that evening.
Did
They
they?
had you up there from 2020 to 2024.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, the plaque, my plaque from WCCA reads 2012,
Yeah.
but I was elected in 2012. I wasn't a commissioner until, this one's right.
Oh,
Not a commissioner until 2013.
right.
It wasn't one of those presentations where they had a bunch of pictures of their interviews. It wasn't one of those presentations where they had a bunch of pictures, was
What
it?
do you mean?
Yeah, well, just
It's
to see
not on
what
there, no.
each
Ask Kelly.
going.
Yeah.
And then the service time, kind of like
Huh.
a headstone.
Yeah, kind of like a headstone, exactly.
Christine.
Christine House for the visitor center.
Visitor Center.
Yeah, that one. Well, we have one that didn't reapply. So that one's kind of,
Not necessarily.
it's necessarily, but I mean, it's,
She's showing up, isn't she?
no, that's what we're saying. She's not on the list.
Oh.
I know her, but I don't
Then,
know.
you know her well enough to go ahead and appoint, we appoint.
Don't remember any conversations, Kelly, with her. I don't know if Molly did either. It looks like there were 3 terms. She applied for the Cody area, which Richard Jones is not
Mhm.
reapplying, so that would give us the 3.
I'd appoint her anyway, even if I was on her line.
Your honor. Yeah, we might be able to finish that one. listed here on that. The guys that-
Like we
They applied for multiple boards. Same thing with the blue. Pink, yeah. Oh,
And she got
11:25, so she should be here before Bill. Okay. If you would add that to your agenda, then please, we'll do her.
Christine's showing up.
Yeah, 11:25. She should
Perfect.
be here shortly. Kelly? do you wanna-
I've seen that before. I got that for leave for retirement gift.
What's that?
I got that for leave for retirement gift. I just saw it.
Perfect.
Morning. Christine, thanks for coming.
I would not normally be dressed like this, but I just came from the library where I'm a volunteer. And you see, the librarians are all envious of me.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't take off my hat because then I would have elf hair,
Elf hair. Okay.
just so you know.
So we have you for an application for the Buffalo Bill Dam Visitor Center.
Yes.
So do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the position?
Well, I've been here,
Oh, we do need to use
Oh,
the
thank
mic,
you.
please.
I've been here for 30 years now.
Short
And
timer.
one of my first jobs was with the Buffalo Bill Historical Center with Paul Fees. And that's where I started to really appreciate what Buffalo Bill did. And the fact that he was such a futurist and knowing, having come from Wisconsin where water's abundant, how here it's not. It's so priceless and people kill over water rights. And so that was quite foreign to me, but really quite fascinating. And then I also have a background in geology, which really makes me appreciate the undertaking of putting that dam in and, you know, the loss of life and everything. And so it's just, and every time I have a visitor, I haul them to the dam and I never get tired of being out there on the dam itself. It's, you know, it's just really quite fascinating. And I think that now visitors can be forgiven, so to speak, for not knowing anything about the dam and its importance. But local people, a lot of local people who've been here, you know, for years, maybe not natives, but still don't really appreciate the dam. I mean, it's just such a integral, critical part of our very existence. And so well, I could say I love it, but that's a little too much to say, I suppose. But I just think that people should better appreciate, especially those people who take advantage of being here, appreciate what that dam does and what it means to us. So that's why.
Thank you. Any questions?
Well, I'm just gonna throw this out because I think it's obvious to me, but I want you to hear it out of you. So what is the importance of the dam
Well,
to this valley?
it's because we're high desert and we're arid. And until there's water,
You mean it's not just a tourist attraction?
you know, and when I have people here, I say, if it's green, it's because it's irrigated. That's the only reason we have any green. And I lived for a couple of years, 4 years out in Olympia, Washington, where it is way too green. I mean, there's moss over everything and you can never see the sky. And they have banana slugs that are like this big and stuff like that. And so the contrast of it is just so amazing. And unless there's maybe along the few streams and things we have, but it's just, it's so fascinating. And I also point out to people, because I used to work with the trolley sometimes, I said, that's not snow. That's not snow, that's alkali. Because I never understood until I came to Cody what the word Sweetwater meant. And now I do, because for a while I lived in a place that just had a well and it was alkaline, you know, and it just kind of covered everything. Yeah, so, yeah, and people are always so amazed. And it's all very interesting because they never thought about it.
No, thank you for replying. I just razzing you a little bit because there are a lot of people that don't recognize it as why it was built.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate you willing to put in the time to forward that knowledge on to hopefully some of the visitors.
Well, and it's so wide ranging. You have no idea the extent of how that water system extends.
More than just a dam.
Yeah.
Yep, true. Thank you.
Any other questions for Christine?
Thank you.
Just a comment to that. Thanks for not only applying, but helping out the library. And actually
Yes,
did.
we have holiday specials right now.
Yeah.
And they're like brand new pristine books. And it might be like a $39 book and I'll sell it to you for 10.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. And the tree's very nice this
Yeah.
year as well. Yeah.
And for being excited about the dam. So that's pretty interesting. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right.
We'll let you know.
Well, thank you very
Okay,
much.
You betcha.
Oh, I need to say one thing.
Okay.
Should you offer me the position, which I hope you do, but I don't know when they meet. And
Tuesdays.
it's when,
I think it's the first Tuesday. It is a Tuesday.
as long as it's not the fourth Tuesday in the morning, because that's when I have the business meeting. And so I that's my priority is because I'm
Usually
president.
on
of the-
our note shows it as the third Tuesday of the month.
Well, but it's not the fourth.
No.
We're okay then.
Okay,
So there's no impediment, so you can just.
okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with everything and happy holidays and come to the library.
Okay, will do. Thank you. That actually does complete our interviews for the Buffalo Bill Dam visitors. Three openings, Powell area 3-year term, Powell area 3-year term, and a Cody area 3-year term. The two incumbents had chosen to reapply, Greg Mayton, Andres Vasquez, and then Christine would be the Cody representative.
Madam Chair, I move to appoint Christine as the Cody area 3-year term.
Are we redoing all three of them?
Oh, yes, we'll do all three of them. To retain the incumbent Greg Mayton and Andres Vasquez, and to appoint Christine as the Cody area 3-year term.
Second.
I moved and seconded to appoint Greg Mayton, Andres Vasquez, and Christine House to the Buffalo Bill Dam Visitor Center Board. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay,
Give her the dam.
so our next interview hopefully will be here pretty soon. Okay. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hi, Terry. I guess we have a few minutes until our next interview person arrives. As you all know, Pat had told us of his intentions. So he and I visited, we'll get the letters and official paperwork together and we'll get with the GOP. And they are meeting on January 9th as a Park County Central Committee. At that time, they will do interviews or whatever they choose to do to provide the commission with 3 names. We will pick one of those names on the 3rd meeting in January. Timing should work out to get that done.
And we're hoping one of those names will be Terry Cobb,
Yeah.
most qualified person. Ready to take over. That would be good. But we're really here just to say goodbye to you, Lee.
Okay.
How we go?
Yeah.
You missed.
Sorry.
That's okay.
All good.
That's it, but thanks for all you've done. For the year. So you've done a lot for us.
Likewise.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna come sit in the audience and heckle them so you can join me.
January 7th, we will be acknowledging Pat.
Okay.
On our January 7th agenda.
Great.
So,
And you're free to leave, raise Commissioner Livingston's taxes now because he'd be gone, you know.
That's right.
Yeah, all of a sudden residential instead of ag.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
How did that happen? True. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck, Terry.
Look forward to acknowledging you.
Okay.
Imagine what kind of names.
We'll see. We'll see. Not yet, huh?
The advertisement in Heart Mountain Russell. He said he saw the advertisement.
Oh, probably. I think when you do, when it.
Yeah, it populates from.
From the enterprise.
Oh.
Are you done cow killing?
Finish up this weekend. The last 10 days. But the first day of this hunt, we saw 1 spike. Next day, 400. Killed 1 out of 400. Then yesterday, the last day, Saturday, we probably got 400. One just right there by the river by the ranch. But I think these are all those herds that are usually down on Buffalo Basin. There's nothing there. I mean, it's, Saturday practically a t-shirt whether you have that up.
Glad we told them to come out.
Aaron and I still have
Glad we told them to
tags
come out.
for Area 7.
Oh, where's that? That might have.
It's not Glendo. Douglas is that's kind of the northern part of it. We were hunting on Nesvic's place and Wagon Hound.
Well, the one reason Saber Bacon was this one, these guys been coming for 15 years in hunt Larson. So he just whipped in Bill Richard's place, say, can we hunt? He said, go for it. Is it too late here to pay trespass? We just go for it. So we gotta hunt that. Otherwise, that last day would have been a stress to get one. They were all Larson.
Madam Chair. Our Bill Strahan applicant is also applied for.
Tree board.
It's only listed as, oh, it is YR. Never mind. That's
Yeah, the one we got now is a couple buffalo and 2 lions.
Yeah, it's because you're in predator zone.
We had 100. Was the one bought the cat, saw it, paid us for the 2-day hunt. Crazy price. And then
Mm-hmm.
we come around the corner and gooseberry and there's these 3 wheels. Those can't go away right there. We missed at 260. But then there was a pack of 7 rolled through. Seen tracks of another 3 and then a single. So I don't know if they busted up or in the
Yeah.
same general area. Get that carcass, hit it with thermal.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that be the same? I mean, you could use a calling device, couldn't you? Electronic calling.
We'll see where you can because they're a predator.
Right. I think they still, you still have to look for it to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only difference.
Wolf hunts 1st of January, there'll be some snow. Like,
Mhm.
Colin, on our new insurance cards that we got, it still shows the old deductible. That's because we get new ones January. Like the new insurance cards.
You just gotta do it.
Yeah. Had this card like last week.
Double check with Bobby, but yeah, we should be getting some new ones then because our deductible's not that.
Right. I just don't know why I got new one when I did. This came in the mail last week.
What's the next beginning pay rate? A date for the next beginning pay period? So that's the date I should use to start
You want
this,
it effective then, or you want it effective to start this pay period? So we get some.
this one if we can.
Okay, so that would be. Start December 22nd.
Thank you.
Was he pleased with our decision?
I haven't talked to him yet. I haven't filled that part out. I was just filling out the rest of it. So. Hoping to run into it here.
Well, if he isn't, Lloyd's always available.
what's that?
Right.
IT director.
You need
Well,
me?
I said if Andrew was,
Well, if you get in a pinch, I can.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Hi there.
Hi.
Here.
Yes, please.
All right.
Oh, must be Bill Strahan.
Pardon me?
You must be Bill.
I'm Bill Strahan. Yes, I am.
As we go through this, we're going to ask you to use the mic because it is broadcast, so
Okay.
people can hear.
you can slide it closer if you want.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for applying.
Sure.
We do have listed that you applied for the YRA Board, Planning and Zoning Commission, or Historical Preservation Committee.
Yes.
So we have those. We're going to kind of combine the interview and look at your interest in all of those things.
Okay.
Just in the interest of time today. But if you would tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on these boards.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Strahan. Grew up in Casper a lot. Went to Natrona County High. Then I left and went back to Texas, went to college. Worked down there for many years, raised a family. Always had a connection to Wyoming, so decided to come back. And, got a couple high school buddies that live here, and there was kind of that connection. And we'd been coming up here for quite a few years. So we finally bought a home and been here for 5.5 years now. Interest, I guess, is kind of getting to a point in my life where retirement, I guess, if there's such a thing. And, you know, looking for some things to do and to kind of give back and serve the community as best I can. And this is one avenue. I did spend some time substitute teaching in the schools here. Enjoyed that for a couple of years, and perhaps we go back to that. That'd be another thing to help take care of some of the days, you know, and again, kind of giving back a little bit. So that's a little bit about me. And career wise, I think I put some stuff down on that. I was in the oil and gas business down in Houston, and the fabrication business of gas processing equipment. And they got me back here a couple of years ago to do some consulting work for them. So I've been kind of doing that, and got a project I'm working on that I'm about to wrap up, and don't really want to do that anymore. So looking for something else.
Have you participated on boards before?
No, not really. I mean, I was involved on a committee with the Scouts, which I guess maybe some similarities. I was on a church board for a building committee. Those have been quite a while ago. So no, I don't really have any direct experience with a board like this, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Phil, thank you for applying. And I'm just throwing it out there for all of the boards. Or do you have anything about any of the boards you're applying for that you think needs change? You think you have a specific skill set you can bring to those boards?
Oh, great question. Well, just, you know, project management's what I've been doing pretty much my career. So just trying to manage things and get things done, right?
Mhm.
You have to get things accomplished. So having some skills maybe in trying to spreadsheets, you know, writing letters, you know, these kinds of things that I'm really not sure what a board member does, to be honest with you. So maybe that'd be a question for you guys to give me a little overview of that real quick. But yeah, I mean, I think I have some skills that might can help out, and you'd like to try. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for applying again.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Commissioner?
Yeah, Bill, thanks for applying. Yeah, I see that you've got to kind of prioritize.
Mhm.
I guess what I would ask is what puts the Historical Preservation Committee up higher on your list?
Why is it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I like history. I guess I've always been interested in history and genealogy and those kind of things. And I know this part of the world up here has some very interesting history that I'd, you know, like to know more about perhaps, and see if I can use some of those skills I have to help. Again, not knowing a whole lot about what, you know, you guys are doing and working on. It's maybe sometimes hard to answer exactly, but yeah, mostly because of history. And I put that one, my like of history. I guess I put that one first, maybe a little afraid of the other ones a little bit, you know.
Smart man.
Yeah, you know, I think I had that one first, and then the second one I think was the maybe I don't remember. Was it the airport? Yeah, and the last one was the zoning and planning and zoning. Yeah, I mean, with I did have a degree in architecture, and I did work a little bit in city planning during that time at university. That was, again, a long time ago, so I don't know how much of that translates over, but I certainly understand about zone maps and, you know, the different, you know, R1, 2s, and 3s you guys have here. So a little bit of understanding of that.
Yeah, and out of all those, I think the planning and zoning is the busiest by far. I mean, they made a lot.
Well, I mean, I leave it open to you guys. If you have a need, you know, I'd be willing to serve on any one of those three. Yeah.
Good.
Just a question about your time is pretty well free then. For instance, like the airport board meets at 8 AM on the second Wednesday.
Mhm.
That wouldn't be a problem for you.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Any other?
Madam Chair, Bill, thank you again. You're throwing your name out for all this punishment. that, You know, you obviously have a little bit of insight, even though you've maybe never served. How, so I'm gonna straight up ask you how, you know, serving on any board, there's gonna be confrontation. How do you feel you can handle those? And obviously, you know, our preference here, at least amount of possible confrontation would be the historic preservation. But if you were chosen with one of the others, there is definitely conflict at times within
Mhm.
those boards. So,
Disagreements, right? Yeah.
how do you see your experiences and or you as a person can handle
Mhm.
confrontations?
Yeah, another great question. Well, I think my experience over the years in some leadership roles and, you know, making sure that, you know, when you communicate carefully. You can try to use good words and words that don't antagonize people. And, you know, we're all adults, so we have to find a way to figure it out, right? And I guess if things get heated sometimes and people voice their opinions, but at the end of the day, we have to come back together and make a decision. So try to do it in a nice and cordial way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, well, Bill, we'll be
That's
interviewing
it?
most of the rest of the day.
Y'all be
and,
busy today, huh?
We'll be in touch as soon as we know
Okay.
what our plans are.
Well, thank you for having me here.
Thank you
Appreciate
again.
it. Y'all take care.
Thanks. Sabina?
The next one?
Yeah.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, if commissioners, I have a conflict within the Fair Board appointments, so with my daughter applying, but before I do leave, I want to make it clear that from my standpoint, I believe we need to be select person that is, that don't forget what the fair is about. It's about kids, 4-H, agriculture. You know, it's not all about carnivals and beer gardens. That's just my 2 cents.
It's not.
You guys can choose whatever the hell you want.
Thanks,
I'm
Lloyd.
glad we got your approval.
Hi, Sabina.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
Good.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for applying.
Thank you for having me.
So we're looking at a position on the Park County Fair Board. So first of all, if you would tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the Fair Board position.
Okay. So my name is Sabina Wise. I grew up in Park County my entire life. I went down to Laramie for a degree in accounting and then came back up here and I've been here ever since. I currently work for the University of Wyoming Extension Office. So my office is actually in the same building as Billy and Carl. So I wanted to apply for the Fair Board because I feel like I'd bring a new, fresh perspective on things, being as I work with the 4-H kids on a daily basis. And I've been able to see things being in the same building as Billy and Carl. I see their side of the fair as well. And so I've just been watching and think there are a few things that I could bring to the table that could improve our fair. So
Did you participate in Park County Fair? When you were-
I did, yes. Yep, I grew up doing
Thought
it.
maybe you
4-H
had.
and FFA, yes.
Thoughts?
Madam Chair, so working in that building, you don't think that would be a conflict at all?
I don't think so. I've thought about that as well, considering they're just right across the hall from me. But I think if they were to bring something to me, I would just let them know that I can't say anything until it's brought to the entire committee and everyone can sit down and look at it all together. I believe there just needs to be a fine line. And I'd be able to tell them that and just explain that I can't do anything unless we're in a meeting. So
Does Cat like you?
He loves me.
Oh.
He comes and hangs out in my
Doesn't
office all
like
the
dogs.
time.
He doesn't like, I
He's picky little guy. Yeah.
have no idea what I did. Okay. Do you have previous board experience?
So currently I sit on the Wyoming Port Council Board. So I do help with funds for that. We have grants that I help go through and we allocate those funds across the state for kids that are, and it doesn't have to necessarily be kids. We just primarily get kids that ask for it. And we're trying to help make our pork industry bigger in the state of Wyoming because that's one of our smaller ones. So that's primarily what my board does is help those kids that want to do something in the pork industry and get them off the ground. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, Sabina, thank you for applying. My question for all applicants has been what skill set are you bringing, but you've kind of answered that already. So I will step over into Commissioner Teal's question and say, and I'm sure it'll never happen on Fair Board, but every once in a while there's something confrontational.
Sure.
How do you handle confrontation?
So that's a great question. I actually handle confrontation with 4-H parents quite often. They're very passionate parents. And so you just got to take a step back and kind of see from their perspective what they're trying to say. So you can kind of understand, okay, this is what they're thinking, even though I'm not thinking the same way. I think that helps to be able to put yourself in their shoes just for a minute. And I also think that kind of helps with confrontation as well. But it's just, you just have to sit there and realize you're not always going to agree on the same things, and that's okay. And just go forward with it. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for applying. Two-part question. What do you
Okay.
think would be your greatest strength you could bring to the board, and what flip side, what would be your weakness?
I think maybe one of the weaknesses would be what Mr. Mangold said would be being across the hall from the fair office. I do see how people on the board could think that would be a problem. And I understand where they're coming from with that, but I do think one of the strengths is me working with the 4-H kiddos so much. I feel like I could be a good liaison between the two, because I feel like Mary Louise comes to as many meetings as she possibly can. But I think me personally being on the board would help that middle ground so that we could all work together, because essentially we're all there for the kids. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Questions? Anything else you want to tell us?
Nothing that I can think of. I have a few ideas that if I get on the board, but
Okay.
Yeah. So
Meetings aren't a problem. What, second Tuesday?
second Tuesday of every
6
month.
to 8?
Yep. Nope. That shouldn't be a problem. Not at all. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you applying.
Yeah. Thank you
Thanks.
guys for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you.
Guys.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your
You
day.
too.
Thank you.
Maybe.
It's-
You can
Okay, come on up.
sneaking in.
Hey, again, welcome, Ken.
Thank you.
And we need to look at this on a twofold, the YRA board and the fair board. So.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Use the mic, that'd be great. First, I'd just like you to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in either one of these boards.
Great, thank you. It's nice to see you all this morning. Haven't seen you folks in a little while. I think Dossie, last time I saw you was at Sunlight Sports and we were having a pint of beer.
Yeah, maybe.
There, yeah. Just one. My name is Ken Montgomery. I'm new to Wyoming. I've been here, this is my 5th year in Park County. I like to tell people when I ran for county commissioner a couple of years ago, just for I wanted to win, but also for the experience. I may not have been born here, but I'm a Wyomingite at heart. So the principles and values I fully embrace. I work in technology. Where it regards the airport, I actually commute to India 5 to 10 times a year. I've been trying to get United to do a Cody Hyderabad direct flight, but they won't do that. So I might keep going down to Denver. I really love being here. And I think I'm not one of those people who comes in and immediately thinks they know how everything could be done better. I have ideas. I have the conviction of the converted, like a lot of folks have. Where it pertains to the airport, I do have some strong ideas on, I think, some things that we could look at without knowing everything, right? So I'd have to ask some questions first. And I'm really passionate about the airport being an even stronger economic driver for the county and for the community than it has been. And one of the numbers that interested me from the Park County Travel Council was 2023 over 2022, tourism dollars were up 15% in the county, but the airport revenue was down a little bit more than that. I think down about 18%. I don't know if you guys have looked at that. I'd love to, I would like to look at that and see, okay, what's going on there? It was particularly interesting given that Jackson was closed for part of the summer, and you would have thought we'd be getting some more overflow from that. So in my letter that I sent you, I've got fairly extensive experience in various aspects of the airline industry. I used to work for an investment banking firm where we actually arranged the financings for the aircrafts. And if you know this, I apologize for telling you something you don't know. Oftentimes a single plane can have 30 different owners of the various parts of it. So it's not just the fuselage, it could be the engines, it could be a lot of different things. So the financing will be a document this big, right? It's like an act of Congress, but it's just interesting to see what drives the economics of it. With United Airlines, I'm actually a very loyal, passionate United customer. I'm what's called Global Services with United. And if you don't know that, that's an invitation only. There's not a published threshold for that. So I've been Global Services for almost a decade with United. I understand how that airline works. I've had several conversations with Scott Kirby, who's the CEO and chairman of the company. And I'd like to see us strengthen, what we can do with United. And obviously, I think competition is good. So if we can bring in, another airline, if we can bring back Delta, for instance, it opens up a whole bunch of different venues for folks. And then finally, I'd like for, if I'm going too fast, I apologize. I've told people you'll know I'm really a Wyomingite when you can actually hear me slow down my speech. The other thing that I'd really like that I'd like to look at is really understanding the outbound flow, right? So the folks in Park County, how they feel about the airport, what their concerns are, what would bring more revenue in for us from that perspective. And just one more, as we go on that, like when we're looking at the airlines, where I'm thinking is, can we bring in different aircraft, right? So in the summer, when obviously the peak tourism season, instead of sticking with the regional flights, could we, instance, get United to bring in a 737 or an A320? We have the runway for it. So the minimum requirement for that is 6,000 foot runway, and our runway is 8,000 feet. So we're fine with that. I think that would help. One, just bring more people in. Two, those types of flights tend to be diverted less frequently because they're just a stronger aircraft, and they can accommodate more. It's the Yellowstone Regional Airport aspect of it. The county fair part of it, man, I love county fairs. And if I could just, one little digression, I'm from California. I did not bring crazy California politics with me. Okay, so I want to apologize for being from California. An interesting thing, California, Wyoming, Florida, Arizona, Idaho, Arizona were the 5 states most impacted by exodus from New York and California. Every one of those states, and this is not, I'm not getting into politics, but every one of those states voted more heavily Republican this election than they did in either 20 or 16. So the people moving in, I think, want to be here. We're not kind of bringing the crazy in. When I lived in San Francisco, we would have a county fair. And you may or may not know, San Francisco is a city and a county, just one any. And they would have, and it was a really charming, fun thing. They would have different types of stuff. Like instead of having 4-H contest, you would have a find impossible parking spot contest, right? And whatnot. Just it was funny. There would be fog contest. So when I see our fair, I love it. I've gone every year. I've been here. I bring friends to it. And I would just like to look at it, and this, everybody says this, but look at it creatively, right? What else can we do with the fair? Lloyd's comments, absolutely, the 4-H, the kids, all that kind of good stuff. Are there creative things that we can do? And if I'm stepping over a line and this eliminates me, that's fine, but could we possibly just partner with other counties? Could we partner with Bighorn County? Could we even go up to Carbon County, right, and partner with them, right? Each of, Park County has about 30,000 people. Each of those county has 10,000 people. So, we can double what we can do, maybe extend it to 2 weekends instead of just having it on, a Tuesday to Sunday or Tuesday to Saturday, what it runs now, and give us more opportunity to showcase, more things. And if you will, that kind of goes back to my interest in the airport. I'd really like to see us make Park County, but make Cody a place where people come in and spend 3 or 4 nights. I think right now the average hotel stay is 1.8 nights. If you can get that up to 2.5, so it's not a lot, but if you can get that up to 2.5, it's very it becomes much more profitable for the hoteliers, for the hospitality industry, because it's less turnover, less, that they have to do. And I really think we should look at, there's so much stuff that we're within 45 miles of. So instead of this just being a kind of a pat, and then I'm not saying it's exclusively that, but instead of this being a passway through to Yellowstone, get people here for 3 days, right? And have Red Lodge be a part of that. Have Matisse really be up when they fly in, be a part of that. What are we doing with folks? And just work with the hospitality industry, work with the restaurant folks. Could we tie in, and I don't think we're doing this, we might be, but I haven't seen it. Can we tie in the county fair with the rodeo more? And where there'd be something, just thinking kind of out of the box, if you buy a ticket to the rodeo, that gets you into the county fair, right? Because we probably wouldn't lose any revenue, because that's not revenue we'd be getting anyway. But if you can encourage just a few more people to go there, the vendors there, right? They can see the stuff, they can learn more about the county and everything. So that was never give me a microphone, because sometimes you won't get it away from me. So sorry about that.
We needed to know. Have you served on boards before?
I have.
Okay.
So yes, I have.
Yeah, Ken, thanks for applying.
Thank you.
Question is, you stated how loyal and how passionate you are about United. Would that in any way influence your decisions on other airlines or other things? And would you be biased in any way?
No, I don't think so. So matter of fact, I know I wouldn't be. Okay. So I would love to bring in competition. Okay. I do feel a loyalty in this aspect, which is if somebody has been serving us for a long time, I do feel a loyalty to that. And United is really the airline of the Western United States. And that's, the heritage of that. But no, I wouldn't, there wouldn't be a conflict of interest for me.
Commissioner?
No, thank you for applying.
Thank you. The airport board meets Wednesday, second Wednesday at 8 a.m. The fair board meets at 6 p.m. on Tuesdays.
Yes.
Any of those would be a problem for you?
No. At 8 a.m. I have been up for 4 hours probably. No.
Even if it's snowing up in Clark, you're not going to have any problem.
No. We don't get a lot of snow up there. It's just,
No.
it's yeah.
Do you have any questions for us?
What are kind of some of the key criteria that you're looking for, particularly for the airport, board, but maybe even for the county fair?
I think some of the criteria that we look for is being able to work with people.
Yeah.
The whole conflict thing comes up on some of these boards more than others. Trying to maybe spread out some different expertise when you've got budgets and time schedules and those kinds of things. So it's kind of varied. Just putting a good group of people together, common sense.
That's great.
So, anybody else have any other thoughts on what you're looking for?
Well, I think on the airport side of things, it's just, the knowledge of the industry is one, obviously knowledge of the industry. The politics that goes into trying to drag these different airlines in and keep them in. And, dealing with I think the aspect of people that get upset about the guaranteed flights that we pay and the amount of money the county gives these agencies to guarantee these flights. So being able to look at that conflict and help resolve issues and bring in that knowledge of the operations of the airport.
Sorry.
So that's generally, I think, when it comes to the airport board.
That's great. I think it's conflicts is something I am one of my favorite reviews I ever got about 20 years ago. And the CEO of the company said, Ken is the most unflappable person, that I've ever, met. Like, I just roll with stuff. And I had a wonderful class in college, and it was one of the things on conflicts and understanding, people is you just have to ask them, like, what's up? What's up with you today? Right. And I did that with a boss one time. And usually when you're meeting with your boss, it's all about you, right? Because they're helping you get it. And I knew my boss was super stressed. And, this is a while ago. And we just spent the whole time saying, hey, Scott, how are you doing? What's going on with you? Right. And I could literally see the stress in him go down because it was the first time that somebody, spent an hour, just talking about him. So just to that. And I think on the industry expertise, I think I have that, in spades, actually. I'm heading to the airport. I've got a 1:45 flight out down to Arizona after this meeting. I'm doing something, if you don't mind me sharing this with you. About a year ago, I donated a kidney down at the Mayo Clinic in Arizona, and it was a non-directed, which means I didn't know who was getting the kidney. So I'm going to actually have dinner with them. I get to meet my recipient of the kidney tomorrow, so I'm going to have dinner with them tomorrow night. Yeah.
Thank you.
So anyway.
Okay, we'll be in touch.
Okay.
When you get back, I guess.
Well, I'll be back Friday. So
okay.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
See
Thanks for
everybody.
coming
Thank you. Thank you very much.
With that, we're due downstairs for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay. We will. Seth till 1:15.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a problem with me sitting in on this one? These dual.
I've got a problem with you sitting there.
Yeah.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Frederick.
Yes.
Thanks for applying. We have you looking at the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Park County Fair Board.
Yes.
Okay. I guess what we do to start with, if you wouldn't mind using the mic because it is broadcast, and explain to us a little bit about yourself and why you have an interest in those positions.
Right. So I'm new to Park County, fairly new. I've been here for about a year and a half.
Okay.
My wife is from Powell.
Oh.
We moved up here from Colorado. We lived there for 11 years and we were ready to leave and get back to a rural environment that more aligned with how we wanted to raise our kids. So we are currently living down in the Willwood, just south of Powell. I work from home, oil and gas,
Okay.
and yeah, 2 small daughters and an elementary. Yeah. So this summer we actually had a chance to participate in the planning and zoning process, and had a chance to read the land use plans and sit in the meeting and testify what our opinion was, and I just thought it would be a good idea to be involved in that if wanted to have an opinion on it. So that's why I applied for the planning and zoning. For the fair board, I grew up going to the fair, showing livestock, spend all week there, skipping school to do my 4-H and FFA projects, as well as volunteering with 4-H and FFA chapters, and Cattlemen's Association and pork producers, and spent a lot of time at the fair. So I'd like to be involved in that, especially as my kids get older and start showing their own projects.
Till they skip school to go to fair.
100%.
So, have you done board work before?
I have not.
Okay. Thank you. I think the others have some questions.
Yeah, thank you for applying. What do you think you have a certain skill set that would make you a quality member on either one of these boards?
For the fair board, just experience with having fair projects and knowing some of what goes into the behind the scenes on that, getting livestock to and from, showing how to try to generate interest from people who want to show. For planning and zoning, for my work, I spend a lot of time reviewing applications to drill wells and for developments, subsurface easements, surface use agreements, regulatory statutes and rules for most of the western states. So
great.
Commissioner Teal.
Madam Chair, in relation to planning and zoning, you said you work from home. So it is somewhat time consuming. Do you have any issues, evenings, meetings, even daytime meetings, especially if you were appointed, we're going into the development standards and regulations, and there'll be more public meetings to come in the next year and a half. So do you have any issues with those?
I shouldn't. My work is really flexible. I'm not on the front line doing stuff. I'm more on the planning side. So
second part, Fred, thanks for applying, of course. You mentioned that you have reviewed the draft, the land use plan, the current one, and then the adopted one, and then as well as the first phase of the development standards and regulations, and you expressed your opinion. Do you care to share what that might be with us?
The issue was a special use permit for storage units in an area that's residential and agricultural, and it just, in my opinion, didn't fit with the aesthetic of the neighborhood, if you will. And that's kind of, that was the argument that we,
More of a specific issue of that itself.
yep.
Well, thank you for applying.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yeah, thanks for applying. What would you say would be your weaknesses in both these areas for sitting on that kind of a board?
That I've never sat on a board before. I think the lack of experience of actually doing that, I think is.
That actually might be a good thing.
Yeah, it's not always bad.
Commissioner Mendel?
Thanks for applying. As far as like the fair, Commissioner Teal feels just beer gardens and funnel cakes, but other than that, do you have any opinion on, besides the ag portion of it, other things that are involved in the fair?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I noticed, the first time I went to the fair a couple years ago was food trucks and carnival rides. And that was, I don't know if I need to have an opinion on it, but I was surprised that there wasn't more commercial vendors. This year there was, I think, one implement dealer had a couple tractors. And I guess the fair that I grew up going to, it had every make and model of ag equipment, trailers, campers, and it was almost like a trade show of sorts. You had that in addition to ag and carnival rides. And
okay, thank you.
I think we talked about this, but sometimes on these boards, conflict can arise.
Mhm.
How do you feel about conflict or confrontational situations?
I think it's going to happen. I mean, it happens in my line of work, but as long as you're respectful to the other person and try to approach it professionally, you can be unhappy with each other, but still work together and come to a resolution.
Okay, thank you. As Commissioner Teal mentioned, planning and zoning actually meets afternoons, one afternoon a month, theoretically. This year, there will be several more all-day public hearing type of things that the board's probably not having to be at all of it, but it would be helpful for input if it happens. And then Fair Board is the second Tuesday of each month, about 6 to 8, somewhere in there. So that's where we are.
Okay.
So, did you have any other questions for us?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, we certainly appreciate you applying.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all.
Ashley's here. Katie's not here yet. Ashley Smallwood. Do we want to do her since she's here?
Well,
Go to Katie, or-
we're 4 minutes away.
Yeah,
from Katie.
let's wait and see if Katie shows up on time.
Have a what?
Clean up his desk, yeah.
What do you think I'm doing?
You're gonna need a bigger trash can.
Did you want a bag?
Nope, throwing everything in here.
Oh, okay. Back from your plaque.
Nothing I need to, nothing's that.
Not that they're gonna tell us. Okay, Kelly, what's your brother call you? Kel? Dang it. Okay.
See, if you asked me what my brothers called me, I'd have to say depends to my face or behind me.
Well, after her hunting story, I wasn't sure what kind of nickname she got. Scott's got it. I don't have it.
Do I have? Yep.
Yep. We're
We
not,
gotta keep it away.
how can
from
we
Lloyd.
hide it any more than somebody did for a year? He's not listening. He's still got it. It's in the drawer.
Will you automatically letting Kelly have this seat?
No, I think I'm gonna move over so Lloyd can hear me.
What? And you're the one that's responsible for the panic button.
Okay.
Where
Can we
is
push
it?
it and see
I
if it
might have
works?
to, might have to push it from these guys, but yeah.
Don't bump it with your knee.
Yeah, really.
You can't. It's actually, you get two fingers.
Oh,
You have two buttons you have to
We need to
press.
remember, we're supposed to do that test in January, February after everybody's back in too. Yeah, I talked to Jeff about that. Okay. They were gonna get them all labeled, so they knew what room it was coming from. Yes, Daryl was gonna check on that with Monty and those guys. Few things
If you
on the
need
list.
any paper clips, they were all in my drawer. This is from what back before I was the commissioner.
Terrible. They grow.
I think you're right.
I mean, look at this.
The only thing that ticks me off is I can't find my denied stamp.
Yeah, where'd that go to?
No
You
idea.
had it.
It was in my drawer.
If we find it, we'll let you know.
Someone,
I'm just complaining because I don't even have a drawer.
you know, French had that one taken out.
Did he?
He had it
Did it
taken
bump
out
his
because his knees hit it.
They'll just collect junk in there like Livingston there.
Pretty much what happened.
You said it was him?
It was an old. It was an
I
old,
did not.
it was an old stamp. Yeah.
That's Lloyd's stamp.
It was an old stamp and a stamp pad that said denied. It was an
Was
old
it stamp?
it was an old stamp and an ink pad that said denied.
Oh, okay.
Nicole found it for me when I was chairman.
These no
And that
longer
before,
good.
and that before she died, gave me a stamp at WTF.
Yeah.
They had 4 check boxes for, you know.
Yeah.
I did look and see that it didn't get thrown
Forgot
in
to
mine
what?
for some reason.
You forgot to what?
Send out an email on who won the raffle.
Oh,
Was that a big one? Big, or the big denied?
No,
Oh,
it was just one of them little rubber stamps.
Yeah.
Had a little wooden handle and had a ink pad. Transfer any of this over to Kelly that you want, but I'm leaving a couple of the
okay,
past 2 budget books,
okay.
the mill levy.
Anybody need some phone books?
I'm good on phone books.
Goodness.
I haven't dug through this drawer since I've been there.
Molly did. She told me she did. It should have been here by now. Might check
This
with
showed
her.
up on my desk years ago. Need a
Might
squad
check with
card?
her. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she said she ordered it. Did you have anything?
any of this stuff yours? Other than peanut butter.
Nope.
It's mine.
That, this is all, this was all the district boundary, school district boundary board stuff.
Oh,
When
for
they
the
changed
Yellowstone Park.
Yellowstone
Oh, geez.
Park, when they put the. school
That's
district back.
historical. Kind of boots are those?
Pardon?
Kind of boots are those?
These are the Casey's.
Okay. We'll go ahead then and, you said Ashley's here? Okay,
Yeah.
Katie's not, so we'll move to Ashley Smallwood. Fair Board. Okay,
Madam Chair, I wish to excuse myself. from
Thank
this
you.
interview.
okay. Hi there.
Hi.
Ashley?
Yes.
correct? Okay, let us get on the right page because we kind of switch people here. real
No
quick.
problem.
Let's see where we're going here. Thank you for applying. And Fair Board.
Yep.
Okay. If you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the Fair Board.
Okay. Ashley Smallwood, and I've lived in Powell my entire life, fourth generation. All my family has had involvement with the fair. My great grandma was a huge 4-H advocate and fair and everything. And I applied because I have some ideas and some things I'd like to see. And so my mom and my grandma always say, if you want to complain, you better volunteer. So I'm here to volunteer.
Okay, thank you. I think I've heard that before. Okay, we just have a few questions
Sure.
and I appreciate you telling us why you're interested in being on the board. As you're well aware, being here on occasion, there can be some controversy, whether it's in the board or with the public or whatever. How do
Absolutely.
you feel about dealing with controversy?
I don't mind controversy. The last 2 years at fair, I've done the fair office job where I answer the phone and all the people that come in angry, they have to come to me. It's a super fun job if you don't weaken. But I've had no problem resolving conflicts with people, and just usually if you listen to their complaint and then explain to them why it is the way it is, they usually see it okay. If not, sometimes they're just mad and they have to get over it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner?
Ashley, thank you for applying.
Yep.
Do you have, what one skill set do you have that you think would make you a good member of this board?
I guess honest. I'm pretty honest and I'm going to be honest with everyone. Try to do my best to, make sure everyone is on the same page and understanding what I'm telling them or what we're working towards. Just try to be honest.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yeah, Ashley, thanks for replying.
Yeah.
You said you had some ideas and things you could bring to the table. Can you explain a few of those?
Absolutely. I absolutely love the livestock shows and I've shown livestock my entire life. I show horses. I still do. I rodeo. I'd like to see the fairgrounds during fair be more utilized. Like we don't use the equine arena. There's nothing during fair for horses. I'd like to see more vendors, outside people coming in and selling their goods and stuff, especially locals. And I know we've had people complaining about the exhibit halls and the security and things. So I thought about like, what if we partnered with other organizations in the community and maybe they could man that for free, but they get to outreach their clubs as well as kind of watching over the exhibit halls and things like that. I have lots of ideas.
Okay.
Some of them aren't great, but I have a lot of them.
What would you think your one weakness would be?
Probably the same thing. I'm too honest. And I'm very sarcastic, and some people don't understand that, but those are probably my weaknesses.
Commissioner?
Thanks for applying.
Yep.
Not a barrel racer, are you?
Oh, absolutely. I also show ranch horses though, so I mean, I got a few redeeming qualities about me.
Yeah, it would be nice to get some input of a horse person on the fair advisory board. So
Well, I've
we've
got
a
lots of.
horse person.
I'm the superintendent for horses for the fair.
Oh, nice.
So yes.
You said people complain. What would they complain about?
Oh, at fair?
Yeah.
Oh, anything. They just a lot of people get mad about having to pay when their kids are showing to come in.
Oh, my
A
God.
lot of people get mad about derby tickets. I get a lot of complaints about. I mean, for no reason. They're just mad most of the time.
There's a happy
They had it's too hot outside. Life is hard. Yeah.
Now, of course, You know, they meet on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Second Tuesday.
Yep.
It wouldn't be any problem.
No,
attending
I
those
come to
meetings.
some of them anyway.
I'm not gonna hold barrel racing against you.
Not during Tuesdays. I mean, I can skip Tuesday night races, but you can hold it against me if you want. We're a different bunch.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. But I'm sure you enjoyed the NFR.
I
Watching
did. I had a
that.
good time. We went down to Vegas for the
Yeah,
NFR.
we were down there. The barrel racing was one of the highlights.
Yeah, I didn't. We usually take our horses and run at the all in, but I didn't this year. We just went for vacation. But yeah, the barrel racing was amazing at the NFR this year.
Okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think I do.
Did I ask you, have you done board work before type?
Well, I was on 4-H council when I was a little kid on the 4-H one. I was on the horse council for 4-H when we still had it. Other than that, no, not.
Okay.
I've done some FFA stuff, but not true board work.
Okay. Right. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll let you know.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Bye. No, Katie?
Do we even have to interview Dan?
Poor guy.
He's kind of like an incumbent.
True. No Katie yet? Okay.
So we'll be doing that.
Well, we were
Well,
kind of
Dan's-
waiting on Katie Hawk still, but Dan Shine's the next schedule after Ashley. So I don't know. We'll hang in there for a few minutes. And you gonna run for a board? No?
Who's the lady?
Who's out there now?
No, that one just left.
Well, she,
Oh, they just
you
left?
give her, she's sitting on that bench and
Oh, the insurance guy's in the conference room.
Retirement guy.
Yeah.
We were trying to get Andy Schwab to come to work for the radio station, but he got a new girlfriend and she's a barrel racer. I said, oh yeah,
Quite the bunch.
we'll hear from you again.
Is Andy still, he's still of Montana?
Yeah, he's in Billings, but he doesn't like Billings. He's sort of scared of it, but now he's got a new girlfriend, so he can't come down.
Barrel racers and team ropers.
A barrel racer is gonna rip his heart out.
Be good for it.
His heart if he's lucky.
Yeah. Interesting people.
Can chase.
Can chaser. Oh, that was really fun to watch.
I didn't watch that much of that far, but that one got peeled off that horse pretty hard coming out of that.
Oh, that was Donna K. Rule. She's 68 years old.
How much?
68.
Really?
Hit that. Yeah, coming in the entryway, when you come up the alley, you come up a front alley and then you switch a gate and come into the arena alley. As they were switching, Valor, who's her horse, got really super excited and he jumped sideways, took her off on that, and rolled her against the metal fence. And he hit his shoulder on the metal and then went and ran, turned a barrel before he came back down the alley. They had to catch him, but he was beat up pretty good. And so was she. She had head stitches and an ankle that's not good. And she had 2 more performances, but the doctors wouldn't let her ride. So,
That would suck.
yeah.
That was probably about the whole half hour I seen of the whole NFR.
Oh, really? No, the best part was the 2 leaders. Haley Kinsel won the first 3 on Sister, who's Palomino mare. She's run for years. So she won all 3 of the first goes. And then Cassie Mowry came in and won the next 3 goes. And then Haley came back and won. I think Haley came back and won number 9. But then Haley's horse, Sister, wasn't doing real good for round 10, so she rode a different horse and she still placed in the average, but she didn't win it. But Cassie Mowry came back and won it. I mean, it was just basically between those 2 for a whole lot of money. And the kid from Powell did really well. Finish it up.
Well,
he'll be back.
Rudy?
Yeah, he'll be back.
Oh, yeah.
Where was he at?
What's that?
Where did he finish?
He finished 10th overall. He went in 12th and
brought in a
finished
little
10th.
over 100 grand just in Vegas. Went down there with a year of 132 or something like that.
Who? Okay. So we'll go back to Katie's application.
Hi,
Hi,
Howdy.
have a seat, please. Let us find your, there we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, I show you applying for Planning and Zoning Commission.
Correct.
Okay. So the first thing, if you wouldn't mind telling us a little bit about yourself
Sure.
and why you have the interest in the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yeah, I have the interest in it for the fact that my husband and I own quite a bit of property here in Park County. I've had the opportunity to move up here from Heber City, Utah, when I sold my business there in 2011. And I saw what the growth did there with all the money and the people moving in and the problems with people not following the rules. So I've just kind of made it my mission to be interested in the changes that are going on.
All righty. Have you done board work before?
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, thanks for applying. Do you
Sure.
have a skill set you think that would make you a valuable member to this board?
I do, yeah. I've always owned my own business. I owned a bar grill in Heber City, Utah for almost 11 years. I operated that. We grossed over $2.5 million. So yeah, I think I'm pretty good at leading people, and my husband and I currently farm. So yeah, I think I definitely have a good interest in one of the main industries in the county.
Okay. Thank you.
Not to mention the state.
Commissioner Teal?
Katie, thank you for
Sure.
replying. Reading your letter here, I see you're interested, obviously. And are you familiar with our new land use plan, and have you read it?
Yes, I am. I have been reading it. I'm quite interested in it.
Okay.
And definitely keeping myself informed. Yes.
Okay. And I guess with that, you have an opinion? Is it the direction that you feel that we should be going, or?
Well, yeah, I definitely think the county needs a land use. Yeah, definitely need land use going on. I think there are some problems with it. I commented online with some of the problems I saw on it.
And with that, you're familiar, you know that we're going into the next phase, being the development standards and regulations. Have you familiarized yourself with the latest draft?
I have not so far. Yeah, I intend to. I've
And
just been
if you
busy
were
working.
Selected for planning and zoning, there's obviously it's gonna be more busier than years past, maybe not the last couple of years with the land use plan happening, but there will
Yeah.
be quite a few public meetings, specific meetings as well, on top of the regular planning and zoning commission stuff, and you have the time committed or would commit the time for that?
I do. Yeah, we work for ourselves. We farm all of our own ground and lease a little bit. But yeah, I pretty much set my own schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for applying.
Sure.
What do you think would be your greatest strength you could bring to the planning and zoning?
Well, I think as a landowner, I'm definitely concerned with where our county is going, who has control and who gets to say what land uses are appropriate. And I think showing I've always been an entrepreneurial and had my own business, I think my strongest leadership or strongest skill is probably leadership.
What would you say is be your greatest weakness?
Probably at this point in my life and being 50 and always dealing with the public, I probably get a little frustrated dealing with the public and public being uneducated.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you for applying.
Sure.
Would you say that your strength on planning and zoning would be more in the business aspect or the ag aspect?
I would say both. I mean, I'm definitely, we live north of Powell and I'm seeing a lot of businesses over there closing their doors and nobody's helping people start new businesses, especially in the Powell area. So I'm just curious where all these people are going to be working. Are they all going to commute back to Cody now? I mean, I think it's a huge problem for the county and especially Powell. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in the ag. I'm definitely interested in open spaces. I mean, that's how I make my living, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
How do you say you handle conflict? Because there is always some, whether it be within the board or the public, in these kinds of positions. How do you handle conflict?
I think I'm pretty peaceful overall. I try to step back a little bit and not react right away. So I definitely try to like I said, just step back, get my thoughts and then react.
Okay. Anything else come to mind? Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, as you know, we had quite a few interviews on the agenda today.
I
so
didn't know that.
we have,
Okay.
yeah, between all of the boards, we have like
Okay. I
5
thought I
boards.
was still early. I thought,
Oh.
oh crap, sorry to leave you guys
No,
waiting on me.
That's okay. Made it work. So we'll continue with today and get through them all, and then we'll let you know.
Sounds great.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Need some for work.
Do not open that.
Mm-hmm. Did Erin lose a bet with you? She has to sit through all this? Is that what the deal is?
She's not listening.
It was her idea. Mangold asked if Aaron lost a bet with me and had to come sit through.
Oh.
I'm just thinking, she must have done this on purpose with it being my last day.
I did not. I promise I did not. I was kind of hoping.
I mean, I've got Horizon, I've got interviews out the wazoo.
I haven't scheduled a special meeting yet.
I'm not available that day.
Oh, is that right? Don't know when it is, but you're
Don't know
not
when it is,
available.
but I ain't available.
Okay. Yes. I had to make sure that everybody was back.
Dan,
YRA.
Yes. Hi, Dan.
hello.
How are you?
I am good. Good to see
I
you,
said we
Madam
did, you
Chair.
probably didn't even need to interview, Dan. You're like an incumbent.
Well, kind of feels that way, I guess, maybe from your side. Let's see if we can make it feel that way from our side.
There you go.
Concept, but thank you for, again, entertaining me and allowing me to entertain you possibly for a little bit. And Mr. Livingston, congratulations on your retirement. And thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you for applying. We have an application here for the YRA board.
Yes.
And so if you would start by, again, telling us a little bit about yourself and then what your interest is on the YRA board.
Yeah, certainly. So I retired at the end of last year, 2023. So I still continue my volunteer work here in the community. So I'm still on the Cody Covered Board, still currently the chair. I can't manage to give that away. The City of Cody Planning and Zoning Board, I'm on that. So obviously I'm exposed to a little bit of controversy, a little bit of pressure and stuff. So I'm accustomed to that as well. Serving on, thanks to you folks, the Park County Historic Preservation Committee as well. And then this year I had the pleasure of working 3 days a week for Colleen in the elections office as an elections clerk. So that's kind of what I've been doing since I've gotten here in 2019. That's when my wife and I relocated to Cody. So my interest in the airport is driven by the fact that the ability to catch flights and have the airport continue to serve our community. When I lived in Pennsylvania back in the late 80s, I lived in a town called Reading, which was about an hour and a half away from Philadelphia. And we had a small regional airport. I traveled a lot for work. So we had commuter flights in and out of there, really convenient to get to the airport and go where I needed to go. Those flights ended, I think, around 2004. And then 2019, I started another position which required travel. So there were no more commercial flights out of the town that I lived in. So I had to travel an hour and a half to Philadelphia, which was not a pleasant experience, to catch a flight to do my job. So personally, I understand the importance of having, easy access to an airport that's close by. In addition to that, Park County really is as we always say, the gateway, to the east entrance of Yellowstone. So that airport is important to us financially as well, for having tourists arrive here, having tourists leave here, and to help support our thriving businesses in our community and the tourist traffic. So from my perspective, I've seen it personally from being able to take a flight to losing those flights and having to drive, which would be comparable to having to drive to Billings, I believe, from here, based on my trips to Costco and flights out of Billings. So my interest in the airport is really to help ensure that we can continue to have that type of service here to our community, because again, that's what helps support us financially, drive those things. I would say that my objectives, if you decide to appoint me to the board, are to try to help manage risk, to improve the revenue at the airport, improve its sustainability, and if it's feasible financially, to get a second airline in here so that we have more destinations for outgoing as well as incoming people. To help improve my knowledge of the board, I've listened to all of the board meetings for this year. I wasn't able to attend the meetings because I was obviously busy with Colleen's position there. But last week I was able to attend in person. So I've improved my knowledge of the airport's operations, where the airport generates revenues, the ways that it generates, the challenges and projects that are currently underway there as well. And I will say, as much as I've learned, I'm sure there's more that I don't even know that I don't know, right? That I need to learn. And I'm willing to do that. At the December meeting, Aaron Buck, who's the YRA director, he came over after the meeting, introduced himself to me, and had offered, if I'm lucky enough to be appointed by you folks, to spend time with me to help me get up to speed so that I can hit the ground running in January as a productive member of the board. As I said, I'm retired, so I have no scheduling conflicts, and 8 o'clock on a Wednesday is not a challenge for me. So I have no conflicts of interest as far as other airports, financial, et cetera, to stop me. And that's pretty much my speech to you on why and what I'm interested and would like to accomplish.
Thank you. One of my questions usually is about, have you ever done board work? But obviously you have and are currently. The other question is, in some of the roles that you've had, obviously you've dealt with some conflict. How do you feel about conflict and how do you deal with conflict?
So I think, like everyone, I would prefer to avoid it if at all possible. But I think the easiest way to deal with it, quite honestly, is number one, to try to understand the underlying request on all sides of what's causing this conflict. And then sometimes you can come to a resolution, sometimes you can't. For example, when we dealt with things with P&Z, there's just some things where it's black and white. It's the way it is. My heart goes out to people. I wish we could do things, but we can't. So from a personal perspective, it comes with the position that I'm asking you to appoint me to, the same as it did with P&Z, although we didn't necessarily expect quite that challenge in P&Z, but you roll with it. And in the end of the day, I think in the words of Al Simpson, when I talked to him about it at the time, he said, when you leave and you walk down the street, he says, you need to be able to hold your head up, be happy with what you did, and in your own heart, know that you did the right thing. And that's the advice that I take and approach.
Thank you.
You answered everything that I need to ask.
Okay.
Appreciate you applying, Dan.
No problem.
Hey, Dan, thank you very much. You obviously have great interest in this, and I think no matter what happens, you would make a great board member. Do you have any specific ideas of how to improve air availability out of YRA?
As far as an additional airline, you mean?
Anything to improve it, whether it's, obviously you can't change the weather, but
nor the wind. Well, I think that's a good question, and I think that I would hope that I would be able to learn more of that as we move along. I mean, I realize that almost all of the small airports in Wyoming have some form of financial support to them, and certainly ours does here as well, from both the city and the county's perspective. I realize that the more traffic that we get in and out of the airport, the less that costs us, because obviously they have a guaranteed amount that they're going to earn in a year, or we're going to reimburse them up to that amount. And I think that, advertising and making that airport more attractive to people is the secret to increasing the number of people that go through it, and thereby reducing, our expenditure towards it. I think that they're making great moves. The incumbent board is making great moves to become a little bit more financially independent by adding the additional T hangars that they added, leasing out land for farming, et cetera. So I think there's more things that could be done in those areas as well, to take advantage of some of the land that's there that's not being used, to help increase the financial, stability and independence on their own.
Very good. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Stewart?
Dan, two-part question. What would you say would be your greatest strength or asset to the board, and what about your weakness?
Well, I guess they're almost the same one. So I think you'll find that I tried to represent, at least on the planning and zoning, as well as on the Cody Covered, our clients and the people who live in the city, right? And I am very driven towards that if there's something that I think that is right, or something I think we need to accomplish, I will be very stubborn in pushing forward with that. So I think that that's probably one of my best assets, but then again, that stubbornness at times can be my biggest detractor as well.
Thank you.
Dan, thanks for applying. I think of questions I haven't asked you in the past.
Well, it is good to see you again, sir.
So, but I like the idea of you doing homework on that, on what's going on at the airport. Do you feel that maybe added revenue could come from local Park County employments, as far as originating from people, Powell, Cody, Mequetzie in this area, that might be a revenue stream, or is it more people coming in to Park County and increasing maybe the advertising outside of Wyoming?
I think both of them, quite honestly. I mean, I will say that the only reason I can tell you about the flights out of Billings is simply because our daughter lives in Fort Worth, and I can travel from Billings to Fort Worth, right, with nonstop. And I would prefer to avoid crowds in airports if at all possible. But yes, I think that if we had more flights or more destinations, that we could then reach more of the people from inside of Park County, to help them to try to stay here and travel out of there. And the same respect from people incoming into the county, tourists, et cetera, the more that we reach out and the more we advertise, because I will tell you that my family is still back in Pennsylvania. When they first came out here, nobody knew that Cody had an airport. They're all like, well, we're flying into Billings, you got to pick me up. I go, that's an hour and a half away. I said, so last year when our oldest son came, I said to him, I go, look, I said, I know you already got your tickets booked for the way out. I go, but change the ones home. Fly out of Cody. I said, you'll go to Denver, change. It's from there, it's one nonstop straight into Philadelphia for them. And after they got home, he goes, wow, he goes, I love the Cody airport. He goes, it is so great. And it really is. As someone who travels, and I have a Nexus card, so, I can take the rapid lanes when I'm down at Denver or wherever. But you don't need that at Cody. I mean, let's face it, one of Cody's best things is the fact that you don't have to wait in in this long line. You go right through. And I don't think we sell that. I don't think we advertise it. I don't think people know that. And it's a great aspect. I mean, it hasn't helped me convince my wife to get her global access card yet. However, in Cody, at least when we start from this end, it's a big advantage. So I think, yes, both sides of that, Mr. Mangold, I think that we can improve local people traveling as well as people ending up here.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anybody think of anything else you'd like to ask Dale? Do you have any questions for us?
I do not. I just look forward to hopefully you guys making your decision and being the candidate that you approve.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in. Again,
You're welcome.
thanks for applying.
All right. Well, thank you.
We'll
Good
let
to
you
see
know.
everybody again, and I hope you all have a great holiday.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks, Dan.
Colleen, good to see you. Take care.
Okay, Christie,
Who's next?
it's Fair Board.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Mhm.
Hi,
Hello,
how are you doing?
good, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys too.
So we have your application for the Fair Advisory Board. So I need you to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the Fair Board.
Sure. So my name is Christy Graham and I was born and raised right in the Bighorn Basin. I spent, my high school years showing FFA, and in fact, I'm pretty sure there's several of the Fair Book rules is because of when we were in high school. And then after that, when I moved away for a little bit and came back, and I was a single mom, and under Orville, I went and I was like, we can't afford to go to fair. What can we do? And that was the year that we planted all the trees around the horse barns. So Orville let my daughter and I have a hose, and every other day we dragged the hose and we watered every single one of those trees. And for that, he let us have fair tickets, and he gave her, the ride pass so she could ride rides. And then when she turned 8, we started 4-H. And the first year we showed up and we did horses, and everybody kept saying, you can't do that and you can't do this. And I'm like, I don't understand. So I made it a mission to learn the rules and joined a bunch of the boards at that time. And, we had the horse council then and all kinds of things. Things have changed. I have worked under Steve. I have worked under under TC, Jen, Echo, Mike, and now Billy. When my husband, we were showing and he was always there, and they said, you know what, we need someone to run security at the fair. So he's like, well, I'm here anyway. You might as well pay me to do something. So I would say that's probably 15 years ago. We have been running the security at Park County Fair, which you think security, but that really means we are also maintenance, custodial. We run just about everything you can think of at the fair. I have ran some of the big events. I started Park County's Got Talent. I have ran all of the different, when the acts come, been the liaison to make sure that the acts get where they are and make sure all the riders are filled. So basically I've had something to do with Park County Fair, basically better part of my life. The reason I'm interested in being on the board after all this time is that there's been some great changes over the years. There's been some not so great changes. And I really think that the Fair Board has a big part in that. And I'd like to see it continue. People always ask me, how come you stayed all this time? And I always say, it's because I'm pro-fair. I'm pro-kid, I'm pro-fair. Whether it's good leadership or bad leadership, we can make it work. I always say fair is like a tornado. It's going to come and it's going to leave a mess. And it's how we deal with it how we prepare for it before it hits what's going to happen. So that's one of the reasons that I'm interested in being on the Fair Board.
History of board work.
So I sit on several different boards. I also work for Northwest College. I run the Center for Training and Development there. So I do all the trades there at that college. I am on the Boys and Girls or Park County Youth Club now board. I'm on the Park County Outdoor Rec Coalition board as a steering committee.
Thank you.
Christy, thank you for applying. What do you think would be your strongest skill set you could bring to this board to make you a valuable member?
I think that my experience, and I've literally done everything from clean the toilets to put on some of the biggest events at the fair, really will help because I have insight into different, from the littlest parts of making fair a success to events to, I want to say probably the only thing I haven't done is the livestock sale.
Okay.
other than that, I think I've been involved in every single part of the fair in some way or another. Mhm.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yeah, thank you for applying. You mentioned, obviously, you know, some of the contentious things that happen over there. Is there any specific thing you're looking to change or do?
No, I think for me is for the board to have, and this would be a question for you guys, is what type of board should the fair be? I know that's always kind of been a struggle over the last, through some of the different directors, are we is it an advising board? Is it do they have more of a role in that? And I think having some of that leadership and knowing what kind of board they are supposed to be will help guide that in directions that it needs to go.
Okay. And luckily, we're kind of moving through that. We're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Mhm. Yeah.
Let's see, what else could we ask Chris? As far as the facilities over there, what do you think we need to work on?
So the facilities over there, we have some of the nicest facilities, as you know, and it's underutilized. It really is. I do I do all the conferences through the college. So I do all the food booking and, like when a business comes to town or big conventions want to come to town, and those spaces could really be used for a lot of different things. And I'm not real sure what some of those barriers are, not being on the board, but I think we have great facilities. Of course, there's some that need to be updated and, but that's with any, you build something brand new in 2 years, it's going to be outdated and need work done or different things. So. Mhm.
Just in reference to your comment about where we're at, it is an advisory board as far as the fair board. We are now considered the fair board as far as state's concerned. Basically letting the advisory board do those 2 weeks of fair. Let them run the fair how they want to. Reason being, then we keep control of the rest of the buildings and maintenance and that kind of thing. So it's kind of a mix, but we are working through some new bylaws that we'll work through with the advisory board and make sure everybody understands their role.
Okay.
As we get through here, it's just taken a little longer than we thought it would.
Oh yeah. Anytime you're doing bylaw. Yeah. That's yeah. Yeah. It's that one word that'll catch you every single time. I get it. Yeah.
I know you're not new to conflict, but tell me how you deal with it.
Yeah. So, conflict is something that you're always going to have, especially when you have a passionate bunch of people that are hopefully going towards the same direction. And I know for the fair, you put people with kids and that makes conflicting. And then you add a horse or a rabbit in there and that makes it even worse. So education is a big one for me, understanding, knowing the rules. There are rules. And then, being compassionate and listening. Sometimes somebody just needs, all they want is for someone to listen to. Let them have their complaint, listen to them, and then explain. And that's usually will solve 50% of your problems once you say, here it is, but please let me listen to what you have to say, and having that ear and, yeah.
Right.
So.
Thank you. Anyone think of anything else? Do you have any questions for us?
No, I think just the direction, which we kind of talked about a little bit, and that's about the only thing I had.
Okay, well, appreciate it.
All right. Thank you guys. And thank you for all you do.
Thanks. The next one's fair board too, so Lloyd might as well not come back.
Yes.
I see.
How are you guys?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing good.
Good.
I have to speak into this, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Do I need to do like a check?
No,
Okay.
it's working. As far as we know.
Do an auctioneer call.
Oh, I don't have that gut to do that.
So you applied for a position on the Fair Advisory Board.
I did.
Okay. Would you tell us a little bit first off about yourself and then about why you're interested in the Fair Advisory Board?
Okay. So my name is Brianne. I've grown up in Powell, multiple generation. I was a participant of the Park County Fair growing up. And then I also helped out during the fair. My great grandmother was the ribbon lady, as she was known. So I used to help her cut apart the ribbons from a young age and then help distribute them out to all of the different judges and stuff during the day. And basically I lived, when Park County Fair was in town, I lived at the fair growing up. And so I applied for the board, I guess because I feel like there's a lot of the fair. I'm trying to think of how to word this without sounding insulting, because I think that our current board does do a very good job. However, I feel like I can bring a new perspective in, because I feel like right now our board is very heavy on the livestock side and they are forgetting about the static exhibit side of the fair. And so I did bring a note here, our sheet. This is printed off from the Park County Fair website, which is just the premium fair book entries. And it was from last year, because obviously this next year's hasn't been set yet, but of the basically 16 different entries, because like I'm eliminating the department of the Park County 4-H and FFA at the moment. I'll explain that in a second. But of those 16, 8 of those departments are exhibited strictly in Heart Mountain Hall as static exhibits. And the FFA side and the 4-H side, they basically also have those same numbers, because they also have, because there's open class for livestock and there's also 4-H side for livestock. And there's 4-H side for the sewing and the cooking and the canning and all of that. So that's basically still an even split. And so the board right now, the livestock side is very heavily represented. And I feel like the static exhibit side is not being represented at all on the board. And I am a superintendent of the open class canning. And so on Monday is the day when we turn in all of the static exhibits. And that's also the day that the 4-H static exhibits are judged. And then on Tuesday is when the open class exhibits are judged. And in the 2 years that I have been there, I have never seen a board member in that room or knows how it operates or knows the changes that need to be made. And I feel like when those changes and adjustments are being addressed or brought to the board, they're just being thrown out the window. And so there is kind of a conflict in that. And on Tuesday, because Tuesday is technically free day, as the public knows it, but I feel like there also needs to be an educational aspect in that, and that it is free day, and that this is the last day that the 4-H exhibitors and all of those exhibitors are getting to bring in everything. It's the last day to get all the dryers in, all of the other stuff, the fitting tables. It's not exact. And yes, the carnival part is open, but it's free day, as in it's the last day to get everything in before the actual fair starts open and they start charging. And so there's people that are upset because they don't get to go into the static exhibit hall to see those exhibits, but we're judging. And we can't have it open while we're judging, because we have you have your division, your class, all these things that need to be judged together sitting here. And then you have people walking by, picking them up, unfolding quilts, doing that kind of stuff. And so there needs to be some better organization in a way of going about that. So.
Okay. Have you served on boards before?
I have. I was on the Predator board for 6 years, and then my 2 terms were up.
Sure.
Yeah, Brianna, thanks for applying. Do you have a particular skill set you think you could bring to this board that would make you a valuable member?
Yes. So I am also very analytical and a planner and an organizer. And that's also like part of my job is to organize and plan events. And so basically, as part of the advisory board, you are planning a week-long event, so to say. And so I have also been a part, I have attended the last 4 of the 5 fair advisory board meetings. So I'm also aware of the fact that basically the 2025 fair, as far as the grandstand events and the free stage acts and stuff, like all of that stuff is already being decided. And it has to be decided by now, because you have to get some of those exhibits and stuff, or performers are booked 2 years out. And so just being able to have that foresight and that planning and thinking ahead, and then also the analytical side of that, because I also feel like with the grandstand events stuff, there needs to be a little bit more calculating going on in terms of revenue coming in versus revenue going out, because I personally feel like we are not that we are losing way too much money, or I say we as if I'm on the board, but I feel like the board is losing too much money in terms of like the grandstand events. And so just kind of, and calculating out when you're setting grandstand ticket prices, what is it costing us to put this on? How much, if we set the ticket prices at this price, how much, what do we need, what do we need to sell? How many do we need to sell in order to break even? And when they were setting ticket prices last week, that question was never asked.
Okay, thank
you. Mm-hmm.
Thanks for replying, Brianna. What do you think your biggest weakness would be?
My biggest weakness, I think, would be sometimes I can want to plan something to death. And I tend to analyze. So my strength and my weakness, I guess, which I think for a lot of people is the same. And so sometimes when it comes to planning and stuff, it's you can't plan for every scenario. But then you just also, when those things come up that you didn't plan for, you have to be able to remain flexible to be like, oh, well, I didn't see that. Okay. And there's always going to be an exception, and there's always going to be something that comes up where you're like, yeah, I didn't see that, or didn't think about that, and so, and then being able to evaluate that and figure out how to make it better next time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for applying.
You're welcome.
I go through the Homesteader Hall because it's air conditioned for one here at the fair, so it's nice. But I noticed.
Or you mean Hart Mountain Hall?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that seems to be maybe less static entries.
Yes.
Do you think that comes from, maybe it's not as much, we're not stressing it enough? Does it come from 4-H? Where do you think that's coming from?
I think it kind of comes from multiple different avenues. I think part of it is not having fair books readily out for people to read on that side, because there's a lot of stuff, even like being a seasoned fair person, and as a kid going through the static exhibit hall was my favorite hall to go through. There's a lot of stuff that you don't even realize that you can enter. Because like, just out of example, I know I don't mean to call you out, Lee, but I'm going to. You're a hunter. Do you make your own jerky? No. Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say, if you did, you can enter that in the fair. And that stuff, that there's a lot of that kind of stuff that I just don't think people realize. So there also needs to be promotion, but by having fair books out, whether they're at coffee shops, just or at the hairdresser place, or if people can flip through them and go, oh, I didn't know you could enter that. And then I do think that with the new thing that Billy and Carl have been doing, the office of doing the Fair Friday, of doing the post of saying, oh, here's stuff you can enter, that's also a way to promote that. But I also think that because I don't think people realize that on the open class side, it doesn't mean just adults. You can also be a 4-H age student, and you can even be enrolled in 4-H and still enter in things into open class. So just because you're entering, let's say, cows and sheep and pigs and all this livestock, and you're trying to get all that stuff in, and you have weigh-ins on the same day that the judging is for the 4-H, doesn't mean that you can't enter it into the open class side. Really, the only difference between the two is the interview process. In 4-H, when you enter it in static, you sit down and talk about what you made, and you talk about the steps. In open class, you don't get that. But if you're doing that in 4-H or on livestock and you're having the interview process, you maybe don't need to get that experience and get that exposure in the static side. And then I also think that there needs to be some promotion just through through the schools, because I remember people used to, growing up, it was every school project, there were those being entered in. And one of the things I've been doing in the capacity of that I can within the capacity of my job, because I host an adult craft night once a month. And I've been last year, and I'm doing it again this year, I've been keeping track of everything that we're entering. And then I'm going to the fair office saying, okay, here's the stuff that we entered. Here's the stuff it was made out of. And then they've been going through and figuring out where best it is for them to enter. I've been creating a spreadsheet and then handing that out to my adult crafters saying, you can enter this in the fair. Here's where it needs to go. And then the libraries have seed libraries. And so I had them put out the information sheet on where the canning and gardening and can go, because that's stuff that you can enter. I don't think people realize they can enter their tomatoes. They can enter their onions. You can enter your count cross stitch. I mean, if you can make it, you can enter it. There's a place for it. And I think just having that exposure, and I mean, the senior center does a craft night actually they do theirs once a week. So going to those places and just saying, here, you can enter this. would help.
You say have the fair book at a hairdresser?
Yeah, like when you go to get your hair cut and you're sitting there waiting.
You know when you go get your hair
You know
cut?
when you go get-
Yeah, yes. The barber.
That was sort of a dig.
Sorry.
That's why I haven't seen the fair book.
Oh, any other questions come to mind?
No.
Okay.
No, it's that one
It's
that
the one
has
that doesn't have
doesn't
that.
have the, you
No,
have to
that's all
get a
right.
hold of Trevor and have him.
I'll just lean forward. That's all right. No, they're not gonna stay.
Hey.
That's all right. It'll pass in a minute.
Yeah.
Anything else come to mind? Or do you have, do you have any questions for us?
I don't. I just thank you guys for your time and I appreciate it. And yeah, I guess the only thing I would like to add also is that as being part of the fair board, another part that I am willing to do is to, when it comes to the week of fair, help out in any way that is needed. And I don't have any kids in 4-H, so I'm not being tugged that direction. I don't really have any conflicts in regards to into that, so I can help, because when you're planning something, there's a lot of the backdoor stuff that is needed help with, such as, on weigh-in days, they have to enter in all the weights for all the livestock that's been weighed in. And there's, that's being weighed in on Tuesday, and they have to have it all entered in so that there can then be breakdowns for rate of gain for the classes for showing. And so I can come in and stay until midnight, 1 o'clock, and help them do all of that, the backside of fair. I can do that. I can help do that, which kind of helps run the fair.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. You guys have a good day.
There's a homeless guy out there. Could you send it back in?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, no. Oh, no. We don't even want to get started with that interview.
Where do your greatest strength? I hate people.
You ever done any board work?
You
Nope.
decided to make it up, make up.
Trevor,
There is,
you missed it 5 minutes ago. Dossie couldn't see.
there's no rotator on that one, and we're at that time of year where the sun is just direct. So there's a cloud now, so that's helping.
Well, just take that one, take one off that one clear over there on that end.
That might be because the building won't affect anything. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Okay. Okay, so that completes our interviews for today. So moving on in the agenda, Trevor Cuttenhorn, Superintendent of Buildings and Grounds, is back to consider the service truck bids that were opened earlier this morning. What'd you find?
Microphone.
Okay, now you can state that again.
Yeah, we made a decision. The price looks good for Denny Manhold for their bid of $44,865.
What is that for?
That is for a 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 crew cab. It's met all of our specifications that we wanted.
What's delivery?
That's going to be maybe 120 days, 4 months. There's no really guarantee
Okay.
on that, but
I
it's
just
a
wanted
ways
to-
out.
Okay.
We're okay right now. Our vehicles will stay going. So.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I will make a motion that we accept the bid from Denny Manhold Chevrolet for the Buildings and Grounds service truck in the amount of $44,865.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bid from Denny Manhold for 2025 Chevy pickup for $44,865.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I do have a quick question. I support the decision and all that. I just have a question for Bert, if I could. Moving forward, I mean, something like this type of truck that really doesn't travel out of county much, is there a cost of advantage to not a crew cab? And I know the crew cabs are nice to throw a lot of stuff in behind, but I'm just questioning what the price difference is, or is there a huge one at all?
Probably about $2,500.
That's it.
Some prices move around dramatically nowadays, and that's due to the factories who's putting money where, and then sometimes a regular cab or a double cab won't have as much assistance, so if you get to
And I can see resale down the road, the crew cab is worth more, and I get that, so I just, you don't usually have 6 people that you're transporting around, but I'm just trying to look at a way to save something that still serve your needs, but
But you can, the commissioners can always swipe that truck when they need to go travel too.
sure.
Any other discussion, or motion in front of the board? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. So we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fix our blind.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks for coming in.
Merry Christmas.
See, we didn't know about that blind being so bad because we don't usually run this long.
Well, quit running this long.
That'd be a good idea.
Raffle?
Thanks.
Oh, for the,
Commissioner Livingston, you've been asked to draw.
I've been asked to draw. How many I've got to pull out of there?
We have 8.
For the poinsettia, you put your name in for the poinsettia, didn't you?
I put his name in.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, my. The first 2 winners, because I've got Ann Lawler got one. And Shannon Zasaki got one. Okay, you get to hold those.
Yep.
I'm so close.
We got another 2 winners. Kelly Cameron,
It's close to Kelly.
Anna Muniz. Okay, 3.
One more.
No, there's, you've got 8 total I've got to get rid of. Teresa Rowan,
Oh, cool.
Oh, cool.
Marilyn Assessor.
Maryland assessor, all right.
Wonder where she works. Yeah. Buildings and Grounds. There's one. Barbara Oliver. One more. You're still in it. One guy. No, I'm not gonna. Barb, somebody works in the treasurer's office. Can I draw again? She said she stole my denied stamp because I threatened her budget too many times.
Oh, that might be
Oh,
true.
did she send you a,
She sent me an email, said she took it. I threatened her budget too many times.
Send everyone back, tell your trader.
I tried her poinsettia for the stamp.
Yep.
If you're watching, Barb, you're welcome.
We have a little bit of a break here. And then Brian's due back up to do the public works stuff.
So you want to just go over board appointments?
We can do that. So we've done the visitor center. So Fair Advisory Board. Finished the interviews. We have Sarah Skelski and Fred Bronnenberg as incumbents that have both reapplied. Frederick Hartman, Sabina Weiss, Ashley Smallwood, Christy Graham, Kenneth Montgomery, and Brianna Thiel.
Do you want me to leave for your open discussion?
No, you can sit there. You don't have to say a damn thing. You sit there.
I'll just sit here and shut up.
If
and
that
look pretty.
Brianna had a better upbringing, you know.
But we have 2 spots open.
Yes. So Sarah's been on as long as I can remember, but Fred was appointed, what, 4 years ago? I think so. Fred's been on about 4 years.
I'll start off and I'll make a motion. We reappoint Fred Bronnenberg to the Fair Board.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to reappoint Fred Bronnenberg to the Fair Board. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so Fred.
Madam Chair, I do want to let Colleen, I excuse myself.
Okay. There were some good interviews.
Mhm.
Some
Yeah.
good discussion, some people that have some local history that have been involved in the fair. It was all pretty interesting to hear some of the things, positives and even some say negatives, but places for improvement. We just have to weigh out what we want to look at.
Mr. Mangold, is there a need for a change on the fair board?
Well, I'm still sort of new.
Nice try.
I did agree with one of our applicants saying that we are very livestock heavy on the board. That would be, and that seems to be the way the direction goes quite a bit during discussion of the fair. So I could see adding maybe a non-livestock person to the fair board. Replace Sarah, but I appreciate Sarah actually being a part of the fair board for all of those years. She's had a lot of good input into it. So I'm sort of stuck.
Yeah. Only thing that kind of, I guess, jumped out at me with Christie brought up some areas of the fair that we don't even talk about half the time at the fair board meetings. When you talk about security and all those other little things that happen. I know Billy and them are involved in them, but you don't hear the board talking about it much.
No.
How all of the other things happen. And I think that's an interesting approach to the things that she's been involved in. A little different than, well, definitely different than the livestock side. And then I appreciate Brianne's comments on the static side, because we just don't hear much about the static side, and we don't. There is an issue with the fair books and the cost of fair books. So when we think about why they went to basically online, there was a good reason for that with cost. But I do think we've lost some participation because it's not easy to find what you need to find. Fair books. So there's some pros and cons.
And with Christie, you know, she's worked with since Arnold was there.
Yeah.
And actually was part of the ag with the horse and actually doing improvements over there, and even to now, part of having to deal with security and all that over there at the fair. So she knows every aspect of what's going on in the fairgrounds. So I thought she was a great applicant.
Yeah, Madam Chair, another thing with Sabina, I just a little bit, guess the conflict possibility of being right in that same office day in and day out. I think she's very aware of it, steps, but I think there's still going to be that conflict of daily operations. On the flip side, it could be somebody who sees a lot what's going on, but I think she'd be very good. But I'm worried about that daily contact. And if you're thinking diversify a little bit, I mean, Ashley's kind of right in that horse life's different
right
section of it.
Right. Well, yeah, because they don't even have them the same week as fair. With the horses clear to the Saturday before, but there's a reason for that. Most of the state's gone to that. I don't know. What do you want to do?
I think it's up to Commissioner Livingston since he goes
Good one.
You only have an hour left.
Sarah still does a lot of the bookkeeping there, doesn't she?
Yes.
And she wanted to. I'm going to make a motion to reappoint Sarah Skolsky to the Park County Fair Advisory Board.
Second.
Yeah, a motion and a second to reappoint Sarah Skowski to the Fair Advisory Board.
Being very aware that I saw two really strong applicants. It would have been a struggle on between the two of them.
True.
Of new applicants.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to reappoint Randy Wright to the Park County Historical Preservation Committee.
Second.
been moved and seconded to reappoint Randy Wright to Park County Historical Preservation Committee. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
I'm Chair, as part of the Yellowstone Regional Airport Board with Sean Warner not wanting to continue. I thought that Daniel Shine has already put in a lot of the work and has done a lot of the homework as far as the airport board. So I'll nominate him for the open spot on our Yellowstone Regional Airport Board.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Dan Shine to the Cody for the Yellowstone Regional Airport Board. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Madam
Motion
Chair, since
passes.
we are going through all of the issues through planning and zoning, I think it'd be fair to put somebody new on planning and zoning. So I would like to keep Kimberly Wintermode and Randy Mayer as part of our County Planning and Zoning Commission.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay.
Second.
A motion and a second to reappoint Kimberly Wintermote and Randy Mayer to the Park County Planning and Zoning Commission.
Madam Chair,
Discussion?
well, I guess I have a question. Would Commissioner Mango consider doing these individually?
Sure. We can bring, we've got a motion in
I
a
know.
second already said, so
Oh, we can deny the motion.
you can revise your motion.
So I'll stick with those two. Just don't see anybody jumping in right away to take care of what we're dealing with now, going through the land use plan and now with the regulations that would, I'd like to have these two hit the ground running.
Okay, any other discussion on the existing motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. So Kimberly and Randy, and we already did weed fest, so.
Bam.
Next month or in the following month or so, we will be doing, stop it. We'll be doing the travel council. And that'll be one appointment, which is Prevo's appointment. He had to resign from the board. That has to be done before March 1, so I'm working through the paperwork. We're working on the advertising and we'll get that one figured out. And then there's the state shooting complex board that we are also accepting applications for at this time, and we'll work that out in January sometime. I'm not sure when the deadline was, but we'll get them scheduled. So, okay.
How many applicants have you received so far, Kelly?
Yes, your answer, Madam Chair.
Six.
Six.
Okay. So as soon as Brian gets here, we'll go through his
We're on
spreadsheet.
break until 2:50.
Yeah, we're okay for a few minutes.
Feeling cold coming on. I might have to leave early.
Yeah. I might leave.
Okay, we got everybody back. The next thing on the agenda, Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, Public Works Department, consider the staff recommendations for the purchase of 4 motor graders, 1 wheel loader, and a belly dump trailer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all know, this morning we opened up bids. We'll go in the same order that we did this morning on the belly dump trailer, buying 1 new tandem axle belly dump trailer. We ended up having 3, 4, 5, 6. We had 10 different options, I guess, to choose from. Floyd's ended up submitting 2 different types of trailers. And then I think it was, Active Trailers ended up having 2 different types. And I thought there was something else. I guess that's it. Anyway, so after summarizing everything, the bids were actually very competitive. The low bid, after we went as far as like looking at the options, the skeleton type trailers usually don't come with a ladder. So that part was left off, but putting the disc brakes on there for the options, we put that on all of them. Somebody got a dog?
Sorry.
Okay.
At least we're making it an eventful day.
Yeah. So anyway, adding the options in for the disc brakes on all of them, because that's pretty much a non-standard item. You can see that the summary on the far right, all pretty competitive. The low bid was Sendak Leasing out of Billings. That's for CPS Manic belly dump trailer. We have actually quite a few of those, the CPSs, so we're very familiar with that. The low bid with the disc brakes, $46,940. We did compare that to, I think one of the Floyd's ones, because they actually have the in-state preference, and they were about 11% different. So Sendak is still the lowest bid. So we're pretty unanimous that our recommendation is to purchase from Sendak Leasing out of Billings. I'll know that Jason has talked to them quite a bit and has worked with them quite a bit as far as buying parts, so he knows them pretty well. But our recommendation is to purchase that, a CPS Manic belly dump for $46,940.
Okay, pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, just a question. Looking at, we actually have one that would qualify for in-county as well, correct? Torgenson on the Trail King, which would add another 5%.
That's true. They would have been,
preference.
that's true.
I mean,
There's
would that,
still, yeah, I still think, so that would be 10% difference, $4,600.
you're within $1,000, if my, approximately, with the discount, with the preference.
Yeah,
brings
so
it down to approximately a 48.7. I'm just curious if that would be with the Trail Queen.
Yeah,
King interest be different. I mean, Trail King's a big name, and
and it's a good trailer. We were looking at that. I think as far as just straight up bid, let's see, we added the ladder's not available. We would still be cheaper as far as using the 10%, 5% in county and 5% state to go with the Sendak.
you would be cheaper,
Yeah.
but pretty darn close. And
Pretty close.
low bid is not always the best value. You know that.
Yep.
As well as anybody.
Well, now, I would say, being that 90% of our fleet is already CPS parts wise.
Just for the record, and could you please identify yourself on the mic so Colleen has?
Jason Show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the prices are close enough that if we wanted to try it, I know Frost Equipment, they sell those Trail Kings too. That's one of the ones they have out there, but yeah. You guys would like to go with the CPS?
Commissioner Stir.
Just a question, when we start talking preferences, I mean, Floyd's is owned by Outfit Village, right? Or no, I'm sorry, Torkson's. They're not an in-state owned company.
No, they list from Billings, but they do have,
Well, I know they have a store in Powell, but I'm just saying, I mean, I guess where do we call them in-state?
What they have to do is, and they submitted it, is Department of Workforce Services. They've got a certificate of registration in Wyoming.
Sure.
And when they have that, they get the Wyoming preference. That's how YDOT does it too.
Oh, okay.
But then the Park County preference is if they have a physical office or a physical store.
Right, which they do.
Which they do in Park County. That's what they've got to get to 5%
Okay.
in Park County. But yeah, I think the one is still the cheapest. So it's a matter of whether you are the best value. I would say cheapest, the best value. But yeah, I guess that'd be our recommendation, unless you guys wanted to try a Trail Creek King, but.
pleasure of the board.
Well, I think like you said, I mean, it makes sense if 90% of your fleet's that to stick with that same type.
They've been good. In fact, Jason's been using them to buy parts for the ones we've got. They've been good. Sendak. So that would be our recommendation.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we accept the recommendation of the Road and Bridge Department and award the bid for the belly dump trailer to Sendak Leasing in the amount of $46,940.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the bid from Sendak Leasing, Billings $46,940 for the belly dump trailer. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Madam Chair, just real quick, and Lloyd brought it up. Have you guys ever looked at triple axles or, with a drop axle? Yeah, just something.
Yeah, Madam Chair, my question was, I mean, you get more payload and we have the tractors to pull them for sure. And even a drop axle, for the more yardage, I'm just asking because those are the most popular today. Is it at least a triple axle anymore? I know sometimes they're slightly longer, but you can put specifications in that meet your needs. I'm just curious if we've ever considered you're burning the same fuel almost. I mean, a little heavier, but you can haul more.
It's something
payload.
we probably need to look at before we buy another one. We've also talked whether or not a side dump, whether having one or two of those in the fleet might be good for depending on what we do, but we'll keep that in mind. We just creature habit of that's what we bought. So I don't know any different.
And I'm not sure why we got rid of the one. I know those like.
I'll check with John Zerke too. He might know from old days of why we hadn't used that, but we'll check into it.
So the wheel loader, is that next?
The wheel loader is the next one. We opened up bids and had 5 different options. Tri-State submitted for the Volvos for a 2025, but also a new unused 2024. This was it was a little bit trickier to compare, trying to be sure we're talking apples and apples. So on the options, we went ahead and made sure some things on some of them, where you start talking about reversible fan or differential lock, some of that comes standard on some machines and it's an option on others. So to try to be apples and apples, we put what we kind of wanted in there for the optional equipment to get a total. And as you can see, I think on the CAT, quite a bit of that comes standard, which is like the onboard scale. It's not an absolute have to have, but it is a nice thing to have. But it comes standard on the CAT, rear, the in-cab monitoring standard, the wheel spin control standard, the automatic differential lock standard, and then even the heated mirrors included. So we did add, I think, the LED lights, the forks, because this is a tool carrier, the forks, the material handling arm, and the powertrain guard, And then we also added the extended warranty on cat, the 6,500, and that's how we get that 365,000. And then I guess comparing like the John Deere, the stuff that's in red that I listed there for the options, those things were added back in as optional equipment just to try to compare apples and apples with the cat. And you can see the John Deere and cat are very, very close, within about $1,000, or a little less, yeah, about 1,000. The cat can get there a little quicker, March 2025 versus the John Deere in April. Looking at the other ones, the Volvos, that 2024, it was worth a look. Just the 2025 was pretty high, so comparatively, we threw out the Volvo, the 2025 version. The 2024, comparing it to the other two, it is a little bit cheaper, but not by much. And to have a 1 year newer model is the price difference, enough to justify going with the 24. We really couldn't see it. There's a little bit of horsepower difference. There are a few different things on the Volvo, on the way the 4 forward versus 4 reverse was a little different than what we spec. You can see there are exceptions over there. Clutch calibration, you got to have a tech do that. Yeah, there's no option for rear differential. So there's some things within that Volvo that I think it's a nice machine, but not that's a little different than what we're used to. And and then looking at I guess the last one, the lowest price item was the case machine. And there was probably the biggest thing, the horsepower was significantly less in terms of what we specified. And then they did end up having more torque than what we were looking for. So that part was good. The other thing that we had to kind of play around with is they didn't include any of the things that we wanted for a tool carrier, the forks, the stinger. I guess that was it. And so we tried to get a hold of them and couldn't get in touch with them. And so we ended up just using CAT's prices because they were the highest for those items, just so we could compare apples and apples. And so you can see that is the lowest cost machine is the case. Do you guys have anything you want to say about that?
Madam Chair, just to be clear, their horsepower didn't meet our specs.
It didn't meet
and
our.
They shouldn't even be.
Well, and sometimes we'll just, as far as considered it, we could consider it because I think even between the cat, there's 4 horsepower difference.
Mm-hmm.
So that you can kind of throw out the window because you saw that. I forget. I guess I didn't even list it, but that kind of thing you can kind of overlook. You're not going to notice 4 horsepower, but between on their 256. Or no, I've got the burn wood here. The 230 versus 260.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say that's
too low.
That's significant enough to do something different. So, yeah, and the other thing I guess we'll say is, so our recommendation is to go with the cat, and we do have now within landfill, we got 3 in Road Bridge, right? And we have 2 in the landfill that are this exact same machine. They've been a great machine. The guys really like them. So that's where we would recommend going. You can look at the buyback numbers down below, 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year. I think for what we use these machines, the buyback really won't enter into the picture for the loaders. You can see the cat. Usually they're famous. They usually don't give us as good of numbers on the buyback, and you can see that down below. I think on the long term, when you get past 5 years, the cats do hold their value very well. So we're looking at it. I guess we can evaluate this year to year, but we're looking at purchasing the cat, or recommending that the cat 950 without consideration of the buyback, but something that will keep it open year to year if we want to do that. But the cat pricing on the buyback's not that attractive. I'll just say that.
So, Madam Chair, Brian, on the buyback, if I'm reading right, the Deere actually has the best buyback, even if they're out to 5 years.
Correct.
which is about a $70,000 after a 5-year. Now, I question whether that's really whether the cat always will hold their value better than deer, but deer is probably right close, next closest.
Yeah, we tried to weigh that. We'll get into that on the motor grader because
Yeah.
that enters into it there. On the loaders, we typically have not done the buyback just because of how we use them. It hasn't been something that we've done. And maybe it's because we have those cat numbers. I don't know, but yeah, we have like the one that he sent into Matisse, he's a 2007. And so, I mean, we do keep these loaders long time.
Do we have any other 644s in our fleet? None. No, I get, well, if I have, I guess somewhat, I do have a choice, so I would rather go with the cat myself, but it's spending taxpayer monies, I want to get the best bang for the buck, and I think either one would be really good. The other one might save you $1,000 today, but might cost you a little more later. So,
Yeah,
with that, Madam Chair, I would move to accept the staff's recommendation to purchase the Cat 950 loader for the amount of $365,345.
Second.
Moved and seconded to purchase the wheel loader 950 from T&E at $365,345. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, so you talked about taxpayer dollars. So I'm explaining to a Park County taxpayer why we didn't go with the lowest bid. What would your explanation be?
We've talked about that. We've talked about that a lot. The difference, probably the biggest difference is the horsepower. The low bid would be the case. The bid really wasn't complete in that we had to add in the forks and the stinger. So, you know, some people wanted to throw it out completely, but we went ahead and tried to make it work for comparison. But it doesn't meet the spec in a couple items. That's the horsepower is one that I think is fairly significant for the guys, the way they use them. That'd be the biggest thing I could think of.
Madam Chair, and also value down the road, by far. The difference is 5 years from now is well going to far outreach the savings today.
And we have multiple of those same machines that we're using, and we're happy with them. We're also buying the same parts, having the same parts on deck.
We'll say with the case, extended reach loaders, they're super tippy. Forward, they got to pump the tires. And that's still not perfect.
Should stress that on bids too, I suppose, when we send out bids. Please make sure that it covers the horsepower for one. And we don't really like case very much.
Well, and we do specify with these are the minimum specifications, but sometimes like I've had ones where they say they don't do buyback, so they won't, you know, they weren't going to bid because they don't do buyback, and I still encourage them to submit because maybe we just won't do a buyback. So I always encourage them to submit and we'll just weigh it, you know, whatever.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, third and final recommendation, Brian?
So the final one is motor graders. And I guess focusing towards the bottom part of the page. As you know, we've been on that 2-year buyback program with the John Deere graders for many years.
No, you can't shut
You
it.
can't, it won't shut.
Yeah,
Colleen broke it.
yeah. Thanks. I'm just gonna kick back and take a nap.
So last year,
Thank you.
as you recall, after like 10 years of doing the buyback program with John Deere, with Holland, which is now RDO, Cat really came in with a competitive price last year, and we ended up going with the 4 Cats last year. So we were thinking we might get into the same thing this year. I will say that RDO came back with some really good pricing this year for the John Deere. And I'll say that what they give for the buyback, if you look at that down below, the 335, 900 compared with that purchase price, we're like 17, 18,000 a year per machine. That's the best we've ever had on a buyback. And so I think this one's a lot easier than I thought it would be. It's a pretty obvious to me to stick with the 4 John Deeres, send the ones back for a net cost of $184,477.48. No options really to consider, but that 2-year buyback with the John Deere is pretty impressive. You can see the difference between what Cat offered on the buyback compared to the John Deere. And yeah, we looked at it long-term and short-term, and that 2-year buyback's hard to beat when they do that right there.
It's, Madam Chair, it's still not near as good as it was 6 years ago.
It's better.
Better.
Better. This is the best we've ever had.
184, and that's exercising in 2 years.
It's
335,900 in 2 years per machine.
Am I looking at the wrong column? The end column is 184.
You look down below, so you got 2 buyback numbers you got to think about. You got the buyback of what we're sending back now, which is 328,000 per machine.
Right.
And then you got the number that we're going to get in 2 years on the new machines we're buying for 335,900. And if you take that, the new price, the 374, 119 minus that 335,
The 184 is all 4 machines together. On far right, in
Yes.
yellow.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
gotcha,
that's all
Yeah.
4.
gotcha.
Yeah, it's just that that one's looking at the buyback of the machines we're sending back now. And the bottom is the buyback we're gonna get in 2
Following.
years.
Yeah,
Yep.
So
so you're getting 17, you're renting that machine for 17 grand a year.
that's, and like I say, the best we had before was 25, 30 grand a year. So
I
that,
remember trying to explain to people years ago,
Yep.
why in the hell is the county getting new machines every 2 years? I said, because it costs us pennies on the dollar.
well, and Jason will tell you that you start even go to the 3-year buyback, the tires alone, what is it, Jason?
Yeah, no, it's
a no-brainer.
It's pretty easy. Even an outfitter could figure that out.
If he takes his shoes off.
Pleasure of the board.
23 is not.
Madam Chair, I move we accept the staff recommendations. Go with the John Deere from RDO to the tune of 184,477.48.
I'll second her discussion, with discussion. We're not, Madam Chair, we're not obligated to do the buyback. though.
Nope.
Right. But they are.
They're obligated to.
They obligated,
Just
we
like
don't-
they had to
Yep.
cough up to 328 this time, they are.
I mean, we'd
obligated.
be fool not to probably, but sure.
Okay, so I have a motion in front of the board to approve the motor graders, John Deere from RDO. 184,477.48 for 4. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
About the only reason, Madam Chair, about the only reason we wouldn't exercise that buyback in a couple of years is if the replacement cost, if something goes south on them and their replacement cost is out of this skyrocketed, then might behoove us to hold on to those machines. But if it keeps going like this.
Yeah. I was surprised.
Plus, Madam Chair, mechanics are very expensive.
They are. They're
Good
hard
ones
to,
are
hard to
real
deal with
expensive.
too.
Hard to deal with
Hey,
too.
Brian,
Yeah.
we just bought that same loader from that same company. It cost us $40,000 more. The same loader costs us, so next time we have them get it for us.
That's
There you
what a
go.
lot of people don't understand too, that government
Yeah.
discount is amazing.
Ours was like 40 or 4,000.
It's a shame private sector can't get that.
Okey dokey. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Kelly, did you see if Dustin's out there?
I come up with 23 difference. 23 per year. You got 184 divided by 4. Every 4. Take the 374. That's what, yeah, but this is not what I'm saying. Is the real change.
You bet, Paco. Thank you, man.
335.
I'm still staying alive.
Paco, the sort of. Hey, Paco, the punch might be really good here later.
You got about 10 minutes here, probably.
I don't see. I haven't seen any.
Well, we told them
So
3:30.
what is this?
We still gotta get through
This
this
is what
thing.
we're paying today.
So
Which is.
this
based
guy-
on
this guy wanted to give me $500 for my chamber.
Gotcha.
But he
That's
said,
what's
if I took his
confusing.
$500, he wanted to.
This is what
I had about him, we were stuck finding graders here.
Yeah.
And I said,
And
no,
that's why
I'm not
we
in
did
it. I
that.
said, I want to, you guys buy everything.
And we're
you buy.
trading
And so I came to buy.
772 is back right now.
Showing all the buy.
Correct, that's why it's- That's what. So 2 years from
Yeah,
now, we're
they're
down
not
to
a new
17
machine.
right now. It's
The tariff is, the tariff, yeah, they're selling a used machine overseas.
So I went to the guy.
Take it through the night.
My number is today. Your number is 2 years from now. Gotcha. Which is still both great. Better than a year ago at 70. Everything we
So we got
is.
that announcer who does the
Okay.
Cody Billy.
Okay.
No, the other guy. The one who
I'm
does-
trying.
Get out of here.
Don't
We
want
got
to
stuff
interrupt
to
these
do.
guys.
There you, that's how you handle that.
Apparently.
Hurry up and hand it us.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda today is by the Park County Commissioners, and it's a decision on the Horizon Tower litigation. Dustin? As everybody knows, we've spent the better half of a couple of years trying to deal with this tower request that the commissioners denied a cell tower on the North Fork, particularly in the Green Creek area a couple of years ago, and that caused a lawsuit from Horizon to get that tower built. So our county attorney's office has worked diligently to get this through the courts. We did receive a response from the court that said that they were going in favor of Horizon. So we appealed that decision about 2 months ago or so, a little bit more. And so after an appeal like that, it's my understanding that we have the ability to continue to work on some kind of settlement agreement if we can get that done prior to it going to formalized court. So that's what our attorneys have been working on, and I'll have Dustin bring us up to date on where we're at. So.
Use the mic if you would, Dustin. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dustin Slade, Deputy County Attorney. And the settlement agreement, the settlement talks, it's important to note, were initiated not by us. It was a requirement that is imposed by the 10th Circuit that we engage in those talks. And so we did, some offers were made, and we've been negotiating that seemed worth presenting to the board. And we've been negotiating over the past month and a half or so, different points. And so we've been presented with an offer that the Horizon Tower is willing to lower the height of the tower to 175 feet. They're willing to allow us to pick the paint color of the tower. They're willing to put a fence, an 8-foot fence around the tower. They're also willing to limit construction activities to the window between April and November so as not to interfere with migratory path of deer during the winter and fall season. They have agreed to a decommissioning plan that includes posting a bond that will account for the expenses in removing the tower. That includes the fact that if the tower fails to be used for any one uninterrupted 15-month period for cell phone use, then they have to implement that decommissioning plan and complete it within 18 months. They have also agreed that they won't include any other items on the tower other than those listed in their original SUP application. They've agreed that they won't make any material modifications to the tower without county approval, which shall not be unreasonably withheld. We've received from them a whole number of concessions that we're not sure. Well, we are sure we wouldn't have gotten some of them, and we're not sure we would have gotten any of them. The court ordering us, which we are presently in violation of, by the way, as part of our appeals process, we filed a motion to stay with the lower court. When his 7-day, he gave us 7 days to issue a permit. When that expired, we immediately filed a motion to stay with the 10th Circuit. That motion was denied. So it's also important to note we're presently in violation of a federal court order. The other things to consider is that they've agreed, they provided a letter from an engineer that gives us assurance that the fall zone of the tower will not impact public roads. Pretty much everything, or almost everything we've asked for, they've conceded, except we would have liked to have lowered the height of the tower more than the 20 feet than they gave us, but they did give us 20 feet. And so now the chances of success on appeal with the 10th Circuit, the stats say you have a 10% chance of success on appeal. That's without knowing any of the facts of the case or knowing anything else. 1 in 10 succeed. We know those chances are a little bit less than that for us because we filed a motion to stay. Part of that consideration for the 10th Circuit in deciding whether to grant or deny a motion to stay is the merits of the case. In denying our motion to stay, they tipped their hand a little bit that they didn't like the merits of our case. Another issue is the statute that we're dealing with. We now live in a state, or at least in a federal judicial district, where not only can you not effectively prohibit the provision of cell phone services, but the district court for the District of Wyoming has adopted the FCC interpretation of that statute, saying you can't even materially inhibit the provision of cell phone services. That is a sweeping power that these companies have. And so in light of those facts, we feel that we've been able to get a very good offer from Horizon Tower, considering the strength of their bargaining position. And so that sums up where we stand and turn it.
Go ahead. I just
Yeah.
whenever.
Yeah, turn it over to the commissioners or Madam Chair if you have any questions or.
Madam Chair, Dustin, we want to really appreciate all the work you guys have been doing on this. It has not been an easy topic, easy subject. It is also my understanding that we could potentially be liable for costs, not damages, but costs if we are not successful in the appeal.
Yeah, unsuccessful appellants are often liable for the costs of appeal.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not a gambling man, but don't think I'm really willing to risk county dollars on something that is liable not to come to fruition.
In front of us, we do have a special use permit with the agreed upon conditions. It has been executed by Horizon. The agreement has been executed by Horizon to agree to these. So it's been typed up for us in the way that Dustin explained what we're doing. And again, it's a monopole tower. They agreed to that actually before we closed or denied the tower in the first place. But that's what we have in front of us, whether we like it or not. We're at a point to decide. What are your thoughts?
Madam Chair, like you said, I do appreciate you guys working on this and getting the concessions. It's probably, they didn't have to do a lot of this, I don't think, because they had the federal government behind them and a federal judge behind them. So I appreciate the work that you did to at least get us some concession. And as Commissioner Livingston said, could be liable for more cost, which could be in the millions of dollars. You know, if they want to put lawyer fees in there, we could be on the hook for that. So I think the money that we have spent already on this and to see not much light at the end of the tunnel. So Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the special use permit for Horizon Green Creek Tower permit 244 for the special use permit.
If I could make one quick correction, the
Second.
costs would not include attorney's fees.
Okay.
So it would not go up to millions of dollars, but it would probably be thousands of dollars. And so, but it would not include attorney's fees.
Okay, good. That was the scary part.
I just clarify that because I don't want any decision to be, any question that there was a decision made on this misunderstanding of what we're dealing with.
Because attorneys are expensive.
They are.
But also, Madam Chair, I mean, it just costs are costs. We've got, your office has a backlog of issues, other county issues. And while we aren't billing you monetarily every hour, there's still stuff that needs to be done. And it's gonna, if we continue with this appeal, we're gonna lose those costs. We're gonna lose your time, Attorney Skorik's time, all of our staff time. And also then we could be liable for the other cost. So there is, again, maybe it's not the millions of dollars, but it's still a cost to the county if we proceed with this appeal and we are not successful.
And I think that,
Motion.
you know, if it sounded great at the very beginning, we need internet, we need cell phone service for emergencies.
Has
and
there
all
been a
that.
second on this motion?
That's what I've been trying to.
I'll second it
interrupt
for
but-
discussion, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Continuing the discussion, but it all started basically in the U.S. House and the Senate, and it could have been, this is a feel-good bill, you know, put through, and we can see ramifications sometimes when some of these get pushed through real quick, and it sounds good, but there's always a little twerk, a little problem, and that's going to be the North Fork.
Yeah.
And it's not Yellowstone Park where they're actually protected, and the North Fork isn't. So
Clarification on your motion. I guess a question kind of for Dustin, but you had to approve SUP 244. And do we need to include and sign the settlement agreement? Or,
We would need to include it and sign it.
okay,
And
okay, I'll amend that
Okay.
motion, just
All
have the signatures and
I'll
file.
accept his amendment motion.
okay, so we have a motion to approve SUP 244 and execute the settlement agreement with Horizon Tower for the North Fork Tower. Any further discussion?
The only discussion I have is I wish this wasn't the last thing that happened.
I don't blame you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
One more motion from Commissioner Livingston.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
No, wait a minute,
No,
Madam Chair,
resolution.
resolution 2024-70.
Came out even.
with that, Madam Chair, I make the motion that we adjourn this meeting.
We adjourn. Does that mean you're done?
It's not gonna give a second.
It's not gonna get seconded.
Dies for lack of a second.
All right, acting like that.
Yeah.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
opposed, aye.
We're adjourned.